Yes, hello everyone. We'll be starting the meeting in 3 minutes time. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. All right. Thank you everyone for your patience. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Microsoft User Group Ghana. I am humbled and excited to be your host on the Microsoft Endpoint Manager and Windows Virtual Desktop Bootcamp. I must say a special welcome to those of you joining us for the first time. And as we say it in the Ghanaian way, Akwaba, Akwaba to everyone. Uh, Today's section will be in five folds. We'll be having section about Microsoft Endpoint Manager and its relations. We'll be also having analytics. We will be having Windows Virtual Desktop now, Azure Virtual Desktop. So it's going to be pretty exciting to join all the section. We are also going to have a section on MVP leadership program. So you dare not miss any session. Trust me, it's going to be worth it. So kindly stay tuned. I would like to introduce our first speaker in the name of Anoop. Yes, Anoop Ne, if I'm right. Anoop, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Anoop is an MVP. He's been in the industry for quite some time, I think over 10 years of experience. So we are very fortunate to have Anup share his experience with us here in Ghana and the world at large. The community is very grateful to have you to take us through this topic. And we can't wait to hear you speak. So if everything is okay at your side, you can share your screen and then take over.
Okay. I think you are able to see my screen, right?
Yes, we are able to see it. There's no picture at the moment, but we have your window showing.
Uh, okay. Let me fix that. Give me a sec.
All right.
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, we
Okay,
can
cool.
see it.
Cool. So first of all,
So make that one rather show on a bigger screen because we are seeing. Let me see. Okay, let's see if I can.
Your screen is not visible.
it's not visible.
Yeah, actually, I'm able to see only your video. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, same here. Only your profile icon is currently visible.
It's strange. Give me a sec. Let me reshare it. Stop presenting and reshare it.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
it better
Yeah.
now?
Yes, it's better
Yes.
now.
Yeah, it's visible now.
I'm going to make it full screen. I don't know how this will be then. Is it okay now or
Yes, it's
Yeah.
okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
okay? You can see it in a full screen, right? So there's no
Y-
PowerPoint presentation on the left side, etc. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Nothing.
Okay. Um, if you can um, if you can mute everyone or something like that, probably.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Let me mute everyone and then I'll mute you.
Okay, can we start?
Yes, we can start.
Okay, thank you all for joining in today, and welcome to this bootcamp event by I think I got muted. Okay, anyways, so that's fine. Um, First of all, thank you all for joining in today, and thank you, Microsoft User Group Khana, for inviting me for this wonderful boot camp. Right, so we are going to cover MEM and Windows Virtual Desktop or Azure Virtual Desktop in this particular event. Okay, so let's get started with my session, and this is basically about Azure Virtual Desktop enrollment experience with Intune, right? So let's get started. Okay, if I can move my slides. Okay, um, so let me introduce myself quickly to the community. Okay, my name is Anoop, and I'm a community influencer, and I run a community called HDMD community. HDMD is nothing but how to manage devices, right? Um, yeah, I've been in a Microsoft MVP program from 2015. Okay, I got around 20 years of experience in IT. So I'm a bit old. I started journey with Windows XP, etc. Then moved to Configuration Manager, then slowly moved to Microsoft Endpoint Manager, Intune, and from 2019, I'm kind of working with Windows Virtual Desktop at that time, and now it is called Azure Virtual Desktop, right? Okay, if you would like to get in touch with me, you can use my Twitter ID over here. Anup Mannur. Mannur is nothing but my village name, so I'm basically from a small town slash village, right? And this is my blog. If you want to refer some step-by-step guides about Intune, SCCM, Azure Virtual Desktop, you can refer to this. And we have a forum also for HDMD, right? So if you have any device management related questions or any questions related to Azure Virtual Desktop, you can use this forum, right? Okay, so let's go to the meat of the subject. Okay, so this is basically how we can improve the enrollment experience of Azure Virtual Desktop. So what I'm trying to say is basically in this picture in this slide you can see in 2019 the experience was something like it took around 100 plus minutes to enroll Azure Virtual Desktop session host into Intune and deploy all the application basically to complete the enrollment process, right? So the experience was something like this. Okay, user needs to log in. We need to provision the VM from AVD, and then it will wait until user logs into the VM for the first time. Okay, and once the user is logged in, Intune will start the enrollment process. Okay, and once the enrollment process is completed, then the application deployment process and policy deployment process will get started, right? That was the experience. So end user experience was not that great. Okay, so that is why when I started my AVD or WVD journey, this was my experience, right? And this was the only way at that time. And then in 2020, I could see a lot of improvements, right? I was working very closely with Microsoft community as well as Microsoft product team, okay, to give them feedback and improve the end user experience, etc., right? You need to remember that we don't have autopilot and white glove kind of a scenario over here with AVD, right? WVD. So we need to have some kind of scripting solution initially to get from this stage, 100-minute stage, to 40-50-minute stage for end-to-end enrollment, right, of a WVD session host. So I'm going to show you how this what is the step exactly we took to make it 40-50 minutes from 100 minutes, right? And then in 2021, we significantly kind of improved the enrollment experience of WVD session host to under 10 minutes, right? Okay, so that was kind of my WVD or AVD journey until now in terms of enrollment experience, right? So you need to always kind of remember that this AVD is not a traditional VDI management or VDI solution. It is born in cloud kind of a solution, right? So entire architecture of Azure Virtual Desktop is based on cloud architecture. So you should take this as a journey, right? So so that is one of the tip I wanted to provide. Okay, let's move. So this is the kind of end user experience we are expecting, okay, from an end user perspective. Whenever user logs into the session host for the first time, all the applications should be available for them, okay, and there should not be any friction. So we are almost there with single session. So I'm going to talk more about single session, persistent Azure Virtual Desktop scenarios in this particular presentation, but probably in future we can talk about multi-session and other scenarios, right? Okay. So basically, as you can see over here, device-based application. So you need to make sure most of your applications are device-based, deployed to device groups, and it's based on device device-based things, right? And even for the policies, okay? And that if we can do that, then immediately after the VM provisioning, Intune enrollment can happen. Okay. And after Intune enrollment, it will start deploying automatically all the applications and policies before users log in. Okay. So in this step, the user will get logged into the session host, and then it will start Intune will start deploying all the user based policies, for example, right? So it will only take less than 10 minutes to get all the start menu layout ready and all the security policies ready for users. So that is an excellent improvement from 100 minutes, 100 plus minutes to under 10 minutes, right? Okay, so let's see what are the things we did, right, to get this improvement, right? First, I mentioned that we had an issue like the experience was it was taking 100 plus minutes to complete the enrollment, right? So main issue was most of Intune applications are based on Win32 application model. Okay, so that is deployed through a additional agent in Intune called Intune Management Extension, as you can see the service over here. So what was happening is basically when a user logs into the session host for the first time, it normally, as per the Intune Intune management extension standards, it will wait for 60 minutes to get the policy after the enrollment, right? It won't immediately start pulling down the policies, etc., right? Then probably you will ask how this is working for autopilot scenarios, right? Maybe there is something magic or some scripting or workaround done from Microsoft side itself to speed up this this enrollment experience for autopilot. But as I mentioned, for Azure Virtual Desktop, we don't have that enrollment screen, etc. That is not quite possible for us, because it is basically until now it was basically based on the group policy, right? User based group policy. Okay, so that is why it took around 100 minutes, and we did a solution, something like we created an MSI package, simple MSI package to restart this particular service immediately after the installation of this particular agent, right? So after that, we were able to reduce the enrollment experience from 100 plus minutes to 40 to 50 minutes, right? So that was the first phase of improvement. And then recently in 2021, we started using device credentials in the group policy. So I'm talking about a hybrid Azure AD join scenario over here, because Azure Virtual Desktop until now it is not supporting Azure AD join scenario. The only supported scenario is hybrid Azure AD join. So we need to use group policies to enroll our VMs to Intune, right? Until when we started when I started the working on AVD, the only permitted option was user credentials. So whenever we selected device credentials in group policy, it was not working until 2021, right? So recently, Microsoft, when we tested this and we confirmed with Microsoft product team, stream, and this is fully supported. The device credentials is fully supported only for Azure Virtual Desktop. All right, not for any other scenario. So what is the advantage of using device credentials is, immediately after the provisioning of the VM, Intune will get started, get Intune will get the enrollment process on that particular device. What I'm trying to say is basically the Intune enrollment will get started immediately after the provisioning of VM. Okay. So that is pretty good to reduce our enrollment, the entire enrollment time, right? So it was 40 to 50 minutes before this group policy configuration to device credentials. Now it is under 10 minutes because all the device-based applications and policies will get deployed immediately after the provisioning. Okay, so for example, if the user is logging in, maybe after 5 hours or next day or something, for the first time into session host, into that host pool or session host, then all the core applications, basically Microsoft Office, some part of Teams, and all the core applications like Symantec, if you are using Symantec, or McAfee, or some other security softwares, right? Those will get deployed immediately after the provisioning of the VM. It won't wait for users to log in, right? That was the experience with user credentials. With if you use this particular option in the group policy, then it will wait for users to log in, okay, for the MDM enrollment or Intune enrollment to start. So that is not a very good experience. I don't recommend that. Okay. So now let's move on. And as I mentioned, I compared in the previous slides. In autopilot scenario and in in white glove scenario, we have group tags and we have options to put some text entries to Azure AD device objects. Okay, and that will help in autopilot and white glove scenario significantly to deploy applications through dynamic Azure AD dynamic groups. Okay, but the challenge for us from a WVD or Azure virtual desktop perspective is we don't have that option, right? So we need to be very careful about Azure dynamic groups, using Azure dynamic groups for basically deploying applications and policies. So at the moment, for the multi-session, we have better options because that is a different Windows queue altogether. So we can create Azure AD dynamic device groups based on that particular queue. Okay, but for single session or persistent VMs, basically we should work around the scenario with something like display name. I know it is not optimal, it is not best recommended way, but I think this works pretty well in a AVD kind of a scenario, because during the provisioning process we can we can enter the details of the host name, details of for the VMs, right? So that is pretty helpful in Azure virtual desktop scenarios. So that is one thing you need to kind of take into consideration whenever you start WVD kind of scenarios. Okay, WVD deployment with modern management kind of scenarios. Okay, other option recently Microsoft introduced is Intune filters. Basically, this used to call this was previously called as Intune assignment filters. So basically, this is this is for filtering the assignments. Okay, so for example, if one of the policy is for example, the user is using end user is using virtual and physical devices, and both the devices are managed with the same policies, right? So for example, physical for a physical device, we have if you have a policy and that is deployed to all the users, then then what we need to do is we don't want that particular policy for VMs, right, or Azure Virtual Desktop VMs. So using Intune filters, you can filter out those assignments. I have a blog post about this. Probably I will link that blog post in the description, or whenever if I am able to share the presentation to this group, probably I would be able to share that those blog post details. Okay. Anyways, let's move forward. So these are the basic things within Intune. As I mentioned before, Intune application deployment or PowerShell deployment, PowerShell script deployment is based based on most of them, right? Not all of them. I think most of the complex application, most of the EXE application deployment, PowerShell deployment, those are based on those are done with the help of additional agent, which we talked in the previous slides, called Intune management extension, right? So for that particular agent, we need to have these applications in a zip format, right, as I mentioned over here, right? So that is technically called as Intune Win32 format or something like similar to that, right? So there are community tools available to convert or zip your existing packages to Intune Win32. So for example, in my experience, I have created a lot of applications with the tool created by Damien. So it is a UI tool, and it is pretty easy to create Intune Win32 applications with this tool. Otherwise, there is a Microsoft command line tool also available for this. You don't need any packaging skill set to do this, right? This is straightforward because I don't have any packaging skill set, right? I just run the command, or I just use this tool and just convert my normal application package to Intune Win32. So this is the recommended way for most of the applications. In Intune, and especially in Azure Virtual Desktop scenarios, right? So I just wanted to point out two things over here. You need to remember, as I mentioned, probably it's better to go with device-based deployment. Use Azure AD, dynamic device groups, okay, to deploy application whenever it is possible, right? So that is going to improve the user experience, as we discussed before. Okay, and the other point is, I have seen in a VDI world or in a Azure Virtual Desktop world, there's a script, or there's a package shared by Microsoft employees themselves, called VDI optimization script, right? So this script is going to help us to improve the performance of the VDI. Okay, so I have some experience with this script, and whenever you use a modern management with Azure Virtual Desktop, and if you are using VDI optimization script, you need to remember these 2 points, right? Don't disable Microsoft Store services, right? This is the default configuration, if I understand correctly, in that script, right? And if you disable it, then probably you will get into issues. You might not be able to deploy some of the applications directly from Microsoft Store, right? So you should be a bit careful about this, and it is advised, as per my experience, it's always review and validate. Better to review and validate optimization script for each version of Windows 10 release. Okay, because we have seen some of the issues with the latest version of Windows 10, and we learned from our mistakes, right? Okay, so that's about application deployment and security policies, right? Security policies, we normally used to have something like CIS baselines, etc. for group policy management. There would be some security baselines provided by authority called CIS, and most of the organizations are using that baseline to deploy group policies and to implement security policies to their devices, right? In terms of device management, okay, in terms of securing the devices, okay. But in a modern management way, if you are using modern management tools like MEM, Intune, I would strongly recommend, try to move away from group policy, okay, and start using MDM CSPs. The policy, the security policies available in Intune portal itself, right? Intune setting catalogs, etc. Right? Those are like a modern way of deploying security policies to your MDM managed Windows 10 devices and in Windows 10 VMs, right? So this is pretty kind of useful. Intune setting catalogs, security baselines also there. If you are a small shop, probably you can try security baselines, etc. Right, to deploy the recommended security policies from Microsoft perspective, right? Again, a device-based deployment should go to, the security policies should go to device-based deployment at for all the scenarios, but especially for Azure Virtual Desktop session host management scenarios. Okay, now let's move on. Patching, other component or other feature which we need for a virtual device management or Azure Virtual Desktop session host or VM management is patching, Windows 10 upgrade. Again, this is a modern VDI kind of a scenario, right? You should not have a mindset of thinking, oh, VDI, we always use core image, or we always use custom image, and we use custom image to deploy upgraded version of Windows 10. Or even I have seen scenarios like for monthly patching also, some of the organizations, some of the VDI team use core images, or they create a different image with different patches, etc. Right? So that is very costly from an operational perspective, right? To manage custom images. So if your organization is already in that way, like using zero image strategy for physical devices like autopilot, white glove, then you need to think from that perspective for Azure Virtual Desktop also, right? So you need to think from that perspective, and you need to rethink whether it is even needed to have a custom image or something, right? At least for until now, for single session scenarios, persistent scenarios, I don't recommend using custom images at all. So I use, in my experience, I normally use Azure images directly, the images which is available in Azure Gallery. So there's no image management cost involved, and there is no operational overhead for that, right? But in multi-session scenarios, probably we might need or we might not need. So that is, multi-session is kind of evolving very fast in terms of modern management. So you might hear a lot of great news coming from Microsoft in coming months, probably. Okay, so let's move on. How are we doing with time? Okay, I think that's fine. Enrollment experience. Okay, I didn't talk about how patching and Windows 10 upgrade are handled in Azure Virtual Desktop scenario, right? So for patching and Windows 10 upgrades, I normally recommend to use Windows Update for Business, similar to physical devices, right? That is the best option, at least at the moment, for single session. So probably we will have further discussions about multi-session in future. Okay. Let's see what is the enrollment experience. I'm going to move quickly on these things. So I have a demo wherein I show the exact experience. So this is the exact experience which user is going to get. When I say exact experience, this is the latest experience, right? 2021 experience. The enrollment process completes within 10 minutes, right? So I have seen like even it completes within 5 minutes, depending on the user sync, etc., user policy sync, etc., right, from Intune. So just to give you a tip about user policy sync, there is a random bug at the moment with user policy sync. If whenever you use device credentials, and if the user is logging into the VM for the first time, sometimes I have seen a random, as I mentioned, a random bug. The user policy, MDM user policy sync is not getting initiated immediately, right? So it needs to wait for the default amount of time until it get initiated, right? So in that scenario, if you see that kind of a scenario, then you need to provide some workaround, but that this is random. So whenever I deploy, like for example, provision 5 VMs, then out of 5, probably I could see this experience in two of the VMs, right? 3 of the VMs, the enrollment experience will be, as I explained before in the previous slides, like it will be less than, it will complete within 5 minutes, or at the most within 10 minutes. Okay, so this is the provisioning stage, right? We just, for example, just provisioned this particular VM in WVD portal or AVD portal, and I have not assigned this VM to any user. But as you can see in the next screen, the device-based applications are already installed on this VM before first login of the user. Right, so the provisioning process is already started, and it is deploying Office 365 Pro Plus application, and other Chrome applications and other applications, right? So even interesting thing is MS Teams, right? MS Teams, it still shows us waiting for install status, right? So MS Teams, most of the organization, I think, use the user-based install, even though there Okay, let me go back. Even though there is a device-based install for MS Teams available and supported, no, most of the organizations are using user-based because with the user-based there are a lot of advantages like auto update, etc., right? But I have seen like the status, even though the install is completed on the device, it will wait for users to log in to configure some other policies or configurations, right? Application settings, basically. So don't worry about MS Teams if you see the status during the provisioning stage. Okay. Now, the other tip I want to provide is basically if you are deploying some Microsoft Store related applications like company portal, if you are deploying Microsoft Store applications through Intune to AVD, Azure Virtual Desktop Devices, VMs, then that will also wait for user to log in. Then only it will start deploying that particular application, even though you deploy it to the Azure AD device groups, because the Microsoft Store applications are deployed based on user profiles, right? So that is the reason for that. And there's a small bag. Another tip I want to provide is basically that if you are using FS Logics for profile management in Azure Virtual Desktop world, then there is a small bug. First of all, for the single session scenarios, persistent VDIs in a persistent VMs, I don't think FS Logics is required, but it's up to your organization to decide that, right? But if you are using it along with MDM, modern MDM management scenarios, then you need to be a bit careful if you are installing company portal and some other applications from Microsoft Store. That could create some weird issues, right? So you need to be careful about that. Okay. So the next point is about the configuration policies or security policies, right? So for example, here you can see all the device-based policies are already applied or already deployed during the provisioning stage itself before users log in. Okay, but if you have a user-based policy, okay, Chromium user-based policy for in this example, right? If you have that kind of a policy, then that is going to wait until the user is logged into the machine, right, or VM, right? So even though this is deployed to Azure AD dynamic device groups, okay. Does it? Okay, so this is the kind of experience which the end user will get when after the completion of enrollment process, right? You can deploy start menu layout, etc., very easily from Intune, okay, and a lot of other things, right? Okay. So let me go into a quick demo of this experience. As you can see, this is the provisioning stage, right? The provisioning is done in the previous stage. This is Namaste 1-0 VM, right? This is provisioned to this particular host pool called HTMT, and I have not assigned any user, or any user is already logged into this VM. Okay, this is just provisioned. Provisioned from Azure. Now, if you look at this next step, if you go to Azure AD, you can can see this VM is not available until now. The record is not there. So these are all hybrid Azure AD join devices, right? So we need to have, I don't know how many of you know about AD Connect, Azure AD Connect sync. We need to have Azure AD Connect sync configured to get hybrid Azure AD join working. Okay, so if you have not configured, then you need to do that as a first first prerequisite before even start using WVD scenarios, right? Okay, so let's see. Normally it takes it is immediate. Immediately it will reflect, maybe within a minute or so, in my not in my lab experience, but in my corporate experience, right? It takes, if your ADFS and Azure AD Sync are optimized and configured well, then the Azure AD the VM record will appear over here in Azure AD within a minute, or within a fraction of second, right? Now, as you can see, the VM is not there till now, and I'm going to refresh it and see what is going to happen, right? Now, as you can see, the VM is available here, right? The VM record is available here, Namaste 1. And if you look at registered column, it is pending. The registration is not completed. So hybrid Azure AD join is basically domain join plus Azure AD registered, right? That is the thing for Azure hybrid Azure AD join. Okay. So this is pending. I have not seen in this kind of registered pending scenarios. This is not common. You might not be able to see this in a real world scenario, because this might be optimized, very optimized in corporate world, right? Most of the scenarios. Okay. So in my lab, I could see this. So I captured this, and I thought this is another tip that will help you to understand the process, right? Once it is pending, it will take another few minutes, or maybe a minute or so, and once it is registration is completed, you can see the registered column is changed, and it is saying, previously this was blank, right? Now this device is enrolled to Intune, right? You can see this is basically, I'm seeing it from Azure AD portal, right? Azure portal, and go to Azure Active Directory and go to devices. You can see this, and filter with the name, right? You can see this then. Okay, so you can see it is already enrolled to Intune. The device is already enrolled to Intune. Now let's move to Intune portal and see what is showing over there. So this is Intune portal, as you know, endpoint.microsoft.com portal, Endpoint Manager, Microsoft Endpoint Manager portal. So where if I go to devices, if you go to devices, Windows, and filter on the Windows, then if you filter with Namaste, I can see Namaste 1, that is the newly provisioned VM over there, right? And it says not evaluated. That's fine, but if you click on that particular record, that will open up the properties of that record. Okay, and you can see the primary user is not assigned. This is another tip, because there is no user logged into that particular device or VM at the moment. That is why the primary user is not assigned. Okay, so once the user is logged in and the policy is synced, this is going to change to that particular user in a single session scenario. In a multi-session scenario, that is not going to, there won't be any primary user thing, right? Okay, so let's move and check our policies, right? So this is the initial stage where I'm checking the policies. It's all in pending stage, okay, as expected, because it's just started the provisioning process and it started the policy deployment process, etc. Now, if you go to manage applications, in this tab, you can see the device-based applications are already there, and it started installing and waiting for the installation status, right? If I go quickly back to device configuration, you can see one of the policies, start menu configuration, right? That is deployed already, right? So that is done. Now I'm going back to the application. I'm just speeding up and checking whether, okay. Now you can see the applications are already installed, right? Chrome is installed, and Office is installed, etc. Right? In the Intune portal or MEM portal status, right? So that is even before users login. So that's good, right? And this is the experience which I want to share about the login, right? First login of the user. So I'm using remote desktop and connecting to a session host. And as you can see over here, it is asking for the username and password, domain credentials, right? And I'm entering my super secret password, okay? And once the user is logged in, you can see it is the profile thing going on. This is the first time user is logging in, right? That is why it is going to take a minute or so, depending on your connectivity back to on-prem Active Directory, or if you have okay, I got disconnected in between, it seems. Okay, hope I'm audible still now.
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool. Thank you. The user, right? I'm talking about that under 10 minutes experience. Okay, so if I can drag this, you can see the start menu configuration is going on. Some of the tiles are appeared already, right, immediately after the login, and some of the tiles are yet to get appeared, configured, right? So
Hello, Anup.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Anup. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we just lost Anup. Okay, yes, you are
I'm
back.
sorry, I'm back, I think. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. I think my internet went down, and I'm connected to a backup thing now. So hopefully this is okay.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the experience, right? So, for example, after a few minutes, within 10 minutes, in my experience, the tiles are getting populated, and you can see all the applications are already there. Even the company portal is deployed, and you can launch the company portal and deploy some start installing some available application if you want, right? So this is the quick experience, end user experience of enrollment that I wanted to share. I think we are already overrunning, so I will pause here, and if there is any quick questions, I can take that.
All right. I think there have been questions, but I think Kathy has done well to answer them for us in the
Oh,
chat
that's
box.
great. That's great. Thank you very much, Kathy.
I also have one question to ask. You talk of being careful with the VDI optimization script, but now that we have Windows 10, what's your take on that? Isn't that taken care of? Windows 11, sorry.
To be honest with you, I don't have any clue, right, about Windows 11. So
Okay.
I don't know. Like we might need to test and we might need to check that. But at the moment, I have no clue. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So, if anybody has questions, we can take it now. You can unmute yourself and ask.
NS, hello, NS.
Yes, Abu.
Hello, NS. Yeah. I wanted to ask Anup effectively about my, Windows 11.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, sure thing. I don't know much about Windows 11, but I can try to answer. Yeah, sure.
So, what is your first impression?
Okay. It's super cool. I'm a big Microsoft fan, right? So if you ask me that kind of a question, probably you are going to get a biased answer because I'm a super fan of Microsoft and Windows, right? So so it's super awesome, and I'm going to with the latest blog posts from Microsoft and with the latest hints from Twitter, from Microsoft product group, it seems there are a lot of things in the background, right? They are optimizing a lot of things in the background, and that is going to help us as IT pros, and it is going to improve our experience. And the biggest pain point for us was like twice in a year kind of a upgrade, right? So I think that is also going to change as per the latest documentation, Microsoft documentation available in their site. So it will be one per year, the upgrades, right? So that is pretty good.
Okay, insightful. We've heard about enrollment experience, device. I mean, the history, device from moving from device from user credentials to device credentials, and we've also heard about Intune process and the advice and the recommendation. I think that it's been, for me, hearing you share your real world experience with us. We appreciate it much. The floor is still open. If anybody has any question on this section, he can raise his hand so we allow him to speak or her to speak.
Yeah. Also, you can reach out to me in Twitter, LinkedIn, wherever
Okay.
you like. So that's also fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Like as you heard, you can reach out. We will be glad if you share your presentation with us. Some are requesting for that. So Anubi, if you can share with us, if you can share with me, we will share it on our platforms for them.
Yeah, sure thing. I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Most excited for your section. Anup, when are you going to move to the US in Las Colinas? Or okay, someone is asking you a question. I don't know how that is related to the section, but
And when are you going to move to US, Las Colinas? I don't know. Yeah, it is an interesting question. Probably I will take that offline.
Okay, thank you very much, Anup. We appreciate it very much. So we go to our second speaker in the person of Kathy Nicholson. Kathy is a systems engineer, and she's been, I mean, managing a school, a college. Kathy, I'm right. I'll give the platform to Kathy so she introduce herself. Katy, are you there?
Hiya, yeah, I'm here.
Okay. The platform is yours.
Okay. So yeah, as you said, I've been working in IT for about 16 years at a school, so running the network. Just let me get my presentation. Right. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can. Yes,
Good,
we can.
good. Right. Okay. So yeah, I'm Katie, Microsoft Enterprise Mobility MVP. As I said, I'm a systems manager at a school in the northwest of England for about 16 years. So that's been looking at pretty much everything you'd expect in a reasonable sized network. So Hyper-V clusters, Config Manager, Active Directory, more recently Microsoft 365 and Azure. So I've been working with Config Manager for about 5 years, and obviously more recently that's merged into Endpoint Manager. I usually post technical content on my blog, which is linked on the slide, katiestech.blog. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's at coaster_Katie. Today I'm going to talk through Endpoint Analytics. That's part of Endpoint Manager, aka Intune. So look at what it is, how to set it up, why you'd want it. I've got lots of screenshots from real life environment rather than just a test lab, so we can see it with some real data. So what's Endpoint Analytics? It's a tool to show you various statistics on your device performance. The main use I find for this is determining which PCs have issues such as slow boot up or log-on times, which devices frequently experience application crash issues, and that kind of thing. It's really good for spotting problematic devices if, say, the end users just put up with whatever the problem was rather than actually bothering to report it to your technical help desk. So otherwise you'd never find out about it. So by default, it will report on Intune managed devices. We can also bring in anything through Config Manager if we configure tenant attach. You need to have the EMS, Enterprise Mobility and Security E3 or E5 license, or the Microsoft 365 E3 or E5, or the A3 or A5 academic versions. And to start gathering the data, you need the Intune service administrator role. But for viewing the data, you just need read permissions on the Endpoint Analytics organization category, or help desk operator, or the Enterprise Security Manager roles. If you've got any content filtering or firewall rules in front of your devices, you'll have to make sure they've got access to a few endpoints. So for Config Manager devices, it's graph.windows.net and manage.microsoft.com. For the cloud managed Intune devices, it's events.data.microsoft.com. And you can find it in the Endpoint Manager or Intune Admin Center under Reports and Endpoint Analytics, or through the short link aks.ms/endpoint analytics. So once you've opened it, you'll see an introduction screen, and using the drop-down menu, you just pick which devices you want to use and press start. So you can go with all cloud managed devices, and this creates a configuration policy in Intune called Intune Data Collection Policy. It's automatically assigned to Windows 10 1903 or later devices, and it will pick up Intune managed and also co-managed devices. And if you ask for selected devices, it will create the profile and you pick which groups you want. If you want to do it later, it doesn't make the profile. You'll have to do that later. But you'll still be able to use proactive remediation, which is one of the features, but you won't be able to use any of the reports. Once you've turned it on, it takes a few days for the data to flow in. So you do have to be a bit patient. So if you want to bring across Config Manager devices, you need to set up a co-management or tenant attach, which is through the Config Manager console, administration, cloud services, co-management, and there's a wizard there. And on the properties screen, you'll have to you'll have to tick the two boxes for uploading the data to the MEM admin center, which will bring the devices over, and enable endpoint analytics for devices uploaded to MEM to bring the data across. You don't need to have moved any workloads over, so if you're not ready for full co-management yet, you can still use this. Keep all your workloads in Config Manager and just use the tenant attached co-manage feature for your analytics data. You could also pick on specific device collections or groups. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing. So in your client settings policies, if you've got multiple policies, it's just in the computer agents section, enable endpoint analytics data collection. So as I've mentioned, it will set up a data collection profile in Intune. So if we have a look at what that actually does, so it will be in the Intune portal, then devices, configuration profiles, and it's called Intune data collection policy. And it basically just applies two settings to our devices, which is enabling health monitoring and setting the scope to endpoint analytics. The scope's got one other option, which is Windows updates, but that's not used in endpoint analytics. So by default, that's off. And it's just the standard sort of Intune assignment screen for, so you can assign it to groups, device groups, user groups, all devices, and if you've got filters turned on, you can use those as well. But by default, it goes to all devices. So once you've waited patiently for a few days, you'll be able to go back into Endpoint Analytics and see some data that's flown in. So in this screen, we've got the data from our production network at work. Now the overview screen will show you a score for all the devices in the scope. Unless you're using Microsoft Managed Desktops, you can't change the scope to anything else. It's just all devices. And I'll talk more about baseline later. By default, it's one called All Organizations, which is sort of shows you what the typical organization baseline would be. And where you see your scores, this little grey arrow underneath is the baseline score. So you'll be able to see if you're above, like we are in all these categories, or if you're below. You also get some alerts and recommendations at the side. This tenancy, we've got, say, 99% of our devices are on Config Manager, so we're going to get loads of alerts saying you're not using autopilot, you're not cloud managed, group policy slowing you down, that kind of things, which we can ignore for now because we've not moved everything across yet. So looking down these 4 reports, I'll go through what each of those looks like. So we start with the startup performance screen, which has got an overall startup score generated for your tenancy, and it's broken down into the boot score and the sign-in score. And underneath that, we've got the average startup times for each phase. So that will give us a good idea of what's slowing things down. Say if you've got consistently slow login times across most of your devices, so you'll be able to see, say, root policies taking ages. So you can break this down further by model with the model performance tab at the top. So we might see that we've got some really old PCs taking a long time to boot. Maybe they've got old hard drives or they're just ancient. We've also got a device performance at the top, which will show us the same, but broken down into per device. So if you've got a specific machine that's playing up, you'll be able to see it there. Now, to get this data, you'll need to have Windows 10 Enterprise or Education 1903 or later. It does work on Windows 10 Pro, but they need a KB installing. I can't remember what number that is off the top of my head, but you'll be able to look that up. Windows 10 Home and the long-term servicing channel aren't supported for this. So you'd have to be on one of the current channels. And if you've enrolled devices through Config Manager, they'll need the 2006 version of the client installed. And where we're looking at boot up times, it doesn't include any time spent on Windows Update, because obviously that would really skew the data, because that can take a while. The sign-in data doesn't include the first sign-in immediately following a feature update either, because that can also be quite slow. So this is the device performance screen. I've skipped the model performance tab. It's basically the same, but it averages it for each device model. So on here we have, underneath this black box, we have the device names. Model, manufacturer, disk type, sign-in time and boot time, number of restarts in the last 30 days, and number of blue screen crashes in the last 30 days. So we can sort the columns. So we could sort, like down here, the sign-in time descending, and we'll find our slowest device on the network with that's an 8-minute boot up time, which happens to be a 13-year-old desktop. You could also sort the disk type column, and devices that you've missed on your SSD upgrade will appear at the top. So the slow ones with the hard drives. And as Morris has pointed out in the chat, yes, it needs a minimum of 10 of the same model for the model performance to group. And if you click on an individual device on that previous screen, you'll see some detailed data for that device, which will be your startup performance and application reliability. So this will show us the boot and sign-in speed history, along with which processes have impacted on the startup speed. So in this case, we've got SVC host and PowerShell, a history of restarts. The application reliability tab will show us which applications are frequently crashing. I'll look on that in a couple of slides. And startup processes, as I said, is which processes are slowing down startup. That's based across your entire tenancy. And they need to be impacting at least 10 devices to show up here. The total delay is all affected devices added together. So in this example, we've got PowerShell delaying startup by a total of nearly 20 minutes across 275 devices. In our case, we use PowerShell login script printers, which takes a while to run, but it's quicker than group policy preference as well. And if we click on the restart frequency, we'll see the last 30 days worth of restarts. What caused them, such as blue screen, someone holding the power button down, an update, or just normal restart and shutdown, along with the graph as well at the bottom. The next section, proactive remediations. So this will let you create and run script packages on devices. So these can be set up to detect and repair frequently encountered support issues across your devices, potentially detecting and resolving issues before your users notice them, therefore reducing support calls to your technical help desk. Each one contains a detection script and a remediation script, both written in PowerShell. So this should be fairly straightforward to use. There's a couple of built-in ones. So we've got one which restarts the Office Click to Run service if that's failed, which will obviously impact users opening and updating Office applications. And the second one updates group policy if the last one was a week ago, which is probably more used for on-prem or hybrid networks rather than cloud managed. So when you set up the script package, you can say whether you want it to be the logged in user or not. So if you do, you'll be limited into what you can do, but otherwise it will run with the system privileges. On your devices, you'll need the Intune management extension service, which will retrieve the scripts from Intune and run them. By default, this is once every 24 hours. You can assign them to all users, all devices, or selected groups with the standard of Intune assignment screen. You can also select the frequency, so you can run once or hourly or daily. You can say how often you want to repeat, such as every 6 hours or every 3 days at 2 AM or that kind of thing. And the client devices need to be Azure AD joined or hybrid joined, and you'll need licensing for Windows 10 Enterprise or Education, which is E3 or E5 or A3 or A5, or Virtual Desktop Access, E3 or E5. It's not really clear as to whether this works on Windows 10 Pro. Some things say it will, some things say it won't. I've not tested it yet. I thought it would if you had EMS E3 or E5, but I'm not sure. And for co-managed devices, you need to be on Windows 10 1903 or later. So this is one of the built-in remediation policies, which should show you how it works and hopefully get you thinking about where you could use these in your own networks. So there's 2 scripts for each remediation script package, both in PowerShell, a detection and a remediation script. And looking at a detection script, in this case, it's checking if the date of the last GP update result, which is stored in a registry key on the client, it's checking if that was within the last 7 days, and then outputting some data and a return code. So you'll need to return 1 for if you want the remediation policy to run, or 0 if you don't want it to run. And the right match, the right host, anything outputted to the console will come up in your reporting for this. And on the remediation script, in this case, it runs GP update and checks if it's been successful. So an exit code of 0 will show it as a successful run in the console. And in the console or portal, you'll be able to see an overview of how many devices have no issues, if there's issues found, in which case it will run remediation scripts, and how many have failed. You can view the status for each device and get detailed output for each of your scripts. So it will show anything you've output with right host in either of the scripts. And you can also export this to CSV if you want to do some sort of offline analysis. So I've been thinking of some uses for this and having a good look around the internet. So there's the built-in examples for the Office update and group policy. Another one could be checking which certificates are nearing expiry, outputting some detail or creating a log somewhere for further action, or if you can do that via PowerShell, even invoking a renewal. I've seen a good article on endpointmanager.com where they check for the last computer restart. If it's been a while, they can pop up a toast notification to the end user, the ones that come up near the system clock, the system tray, prompting them to reboot at some point. And since it is just PowerShell running on the end user device, you can, as I said, bring up a toast notification. I've even seen some where Windows forms have popped up. A couple I've seen on workplace.code.com is one which detects the duplicate shortcuts for Edge and Teams, which seems to happen each logon with certain configurations of OneDrive folder redirections and gets rid of them. And another one, check if JavaScript and Flash are enabled in Adobe Reader and get rid of them. Or you can do things like check for locally installed apps by the user you might not want, such as, for example, Chrome, if the user's installed it in their app data folder, get rid of those. You could run regular antivirus scans if you're using something which can be controlled from PowerShell, such as Defender, or third party if you can invoke a scan by running an exe. Or you could enforce local group membership or account status, for example, disabling built-in administrator account. So there's loads of things we can use this for, so that's quite powerful, really. So when you write these scripts, they need to be encoded UTF-8, got a maximum output size of 2048 characters. So if you've got a complex script, be careful you're not putting too much rubbish out via right host, because that all counts as script output. And we've got some rules around script signature checks. So if you enforce this, it will run under the device's PowerShell execution policy. If you don't, it runs under bypass. The default is restricted for Windows 10 or 11 or 8.1, but presumably restricted for 11. I've not seen it yet. Or for Windows Server, it's remote signed. So your script will have to be signed, and the certificate needs to be in the device's trusted publisher's certificate store. If you've chosen to enforce your script check, signature check, if you haven't, then you don't need to sign it. The built-in scripts are already signed and the certificates already deployed, so you can just get to go with those straight off. And if you need them to run in 64-bit mode, there's an option for this. So the next report down the side was recommended software. That shows us a few small categories, percentages of our devices in each of them. You can see levels of Windows 10 adoption, cloud identity, which is devices registered in Azure AD, cloud management, which is Intune managed devices, and autopilot devices. So as I said, this is the 99% config manager tenancy. So that's reflected in the data there. You also get a few insights at the bottom, such as 99% of our devices are not registered with autopilot. That's because we don't use it yet. But yeah, that's not the most useful screen, that one. But hopefully this is better. Application reliability, which is currently in preview. It's my favorite part of endpoint analytics. It will give you a decent insight into what's causing problems for your end users. So on the first screen, we'll see an overall app reliability score across all the devices on your tenants. You'll also see the top apps reduce the productivity with data based on the past 14 days. Click on the app name, it will show you some more detailed information, which I'll show you next. And the app reliability score for each specific application shows the relative reliability of that application in your Azure tenant. It's calculated from the mean time to failure and total usage duration values. So 0 is a really rubbish, unreliable app, and 100 is a great one that never or rarely crashes. To get this data from co-managed devices, you need to have 2006 version of the client or later. The app performance tab will show us data for each application. So this includes foreground applications with a decent amount of usage, applications with more than 5 devices or more than 2% of the device count, whichever's higher. When calculating all these scores, they take a maximum of 10 application crash events per application per device per day, which stops huge amounts of data from a device with extreme reliability problems, from having a negative influence on the overall score, which would, if it's just a single device having that problem, it could normally be a really reliable piece of application for all your users except for one. So that just stops it skewing the scores too much. So this will show us the applications we've been using for the last 2 weeks, a count of how many they were active on, and the total usage. If there's been any crashes, you'll see the total crashes in the last 14 days, that column, with a calculated mean time to failure, and the app reliability score, again, where 0 is worst and 100 is the best. And as with the startup performance area earlier, the model and device performance screens are basically the same, just one's grouped by device model. So here on the device performance screen, we can see the device name, model, manufacturer, total app crashes the last 2 weeks, mean time to app failure, and the reliability score. Clicking on a device will show you the individual data for that device, which I'll show you next. As with the other screens, we can sort the various columns. So we could bring the total app crashes to the top, perhaps pass that list over to technical help desk for them to have a look at. And on the model performance screen, we could perhaps see there's a specific model of device that's causing a lot of issues. We could spot that, take action, maybe push those up the list for replacement, or see if they've got some sort of driver issues or anything like that. And the individual devices application reliability screen, it will show you what's crashed and when on the device you clicked on. It's not restricted to the last 2 weeks data, and you can pick a date range with the filter, which is It won't show you the version detail about what's crashed, but you can still discover what's crashing frequently. Maybe tie it together with a reported issue. I think I've just missed something off. Yes, going back a couple of slides, I missed out the app performance details. If you click on specific app, it will give you which versions you've got installed across your devices and which ones are causing the issue. And you can also see if it's affecting a specific operating system version. Maybe you need to decide whether to pick a specific version or roll back after you've done an update. Yeah, going back. Where were we? Right, so I mentioned near the start about baselines, where there's a built-in all organizations one. So these are configured in the settings screen, and it lets you compare your scores to what Microsoft describe as a typical enterprise. So this is generated from the scores from all the enrolled organizations across Endpoint Analytics. They anonymize and aggregate the data. If you don't want to be part of this, there's an option in settings under the general tab to turn this off. So you'd still see the baseline, just your data wouldn't be part of it. So you create a new baseline on this screen. So it will copy your current scores to the baseline and let you see how your device performance has changed over time. So maybe following an update, has it got better? Has it got worse? If your scores have dropped beneath your baseline by default more than 10%, they'll show up in red and be marked as regressed. You can change the threshold from 10% to go up or down with that setting there. You can have 20 baselines on your tenancy, but you can just delete your old ones if you run out. There's a couple of known issues with application reliability, which is still in preview. They both only affect Config Manager devices. So firstly, some devices might fail to upload data. This is where the application reliability data generated is so large that on the daily upload it's rejected by the server, being too big. If the following day the device generates less data, it will return to successfully uploading. So effectively, you'll skip a day's data. And this just impacts devices enrolled through Config Manager 2010 or older. And there's a fix in an update roll-up. How do we do that? Oh, nearly out of time. The other one's a rare issue with devices not appearing in the report. I'll skip that for time as it's really rare. And to the last section, troubleshooting the co-managed devices. Well, the Intune managed devices are unlikely to cause any issues as long as there's no proxy or firewall getting in the way of events.data.microsoft.com. But on the co-managed devices, we've got a few logs we can look through. So we've got the UX Analytics upload worker log on the CM site server. I think that's the log I've screenshot there, but I don't have any errors to show you. It should be full of successful web requests. If you've got any failures, I'd expect it to tell you the endpoints it was trying to contact. So in my case, it was the EU Gateway Config Manager managed.microsoft.com. Make sure you've enabled the data upload in the co-management settings or in the client settings. And there's 2 logs on the clients in C Windows CCM logs. We've got sensor endpoint.log, which shows issues with the device uploading data to the site server, and sensor managed provider.log to check problems processing boot events. And finally, don't forget, all your devices will need a restart to fully enable Endpoint Analytics once it's been set up. And that brings me to the end of the walk through endpoint analytics. I hope you found it interesting and useful. I would say questions, but I don't know if we've got time as we're eating into tomorrow's session. So don't forget to look at my blog and follow me on Twitter if you want to get in touch with me. And that's the end of my presentation.
All right.
So yeah.
Thank you very much, Kathy. It was a good overview, and we've had insight of it. Even though it was an overview, we've gotten a lot of insight with it. Is there any questions you would like to ask Kathy? Kindly unmute yourself, and then, or you can put it in the chat box. So,
oh, could I just add that was my first time presenting anything. So if it was too detailed, not detailed enough, or whatever, just any feedbacks welcome. Thanks.
That's noted. That's well noted. Yes. So I mean, you can reach Kathy on his blog, on her blog, and in case you want to ask further questions that maybe you are not able to ask here, you can reach her on her blog and then ask any kind of question. Yes, we want to thank you, Kathy, for the section. It's been insightful as well. We've had overview of it. I'm yet to really try my hands, especially on the new preview, the application reliability. I think it will be nice to get a hands-on practice with it. So yes, is there any question? Okay. All right, so we move to our next section, which is Maurice Daly. If I'm right, Maurice, can you hear me?
Yes, I can indeed.
Okay, good to have you here in Ghana. You are welcome once again. Yes, so without much ado, I'll give the platform to you. So if you are ready, you can take the platform.
Thanks very much, Ernest. I'd just like to say welcome to KDT MVP Club as well. Congratulations and well done in your presentation. So, thanks for having me, first of all. Let me get my deck up and running here. So can we see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, so in this session, we're going to talk about log analytics and update compliance. And the reason we're going to talk about these things is if we're doing things in a modern way today and we're using Intune, one of the areas that people complain about is reporting. So we're going to look at maybe how you build your own and how we can kind of customize things to your needs. So our agenda. What is log analytics? And like I said, why do we need to collect logs? Doesn't this stuff just automatically happen? Well, in some cases it does, and in other cases it doesn't. How do we get started with log analytics? So first step, of course, is going to be data collection. And we're going to look at how we can collect logs from Azure AD, from Intune, of course, and through the Update Compliance Marketplace app, where it then starts feeding log analytics with data. We're going to talk about the query language. So what is Custom Query Language, or KQL for short? I am certainly not a database admin. I actually hated doing databases back when I was in college, and Custom Query Language is, it's kind of similar to SQL querying in a way, but it's actually really quite lightweight. So once you get used to the construct, I suppose in a way it's kind of similar to the way you say, how you use PowerShell. You get used to it, and then you can start doing more and more with it. Step 3, of course, learn by example. So the great thing is that we actually have a lot of inbuilt workbooks that come out from Microsoft. And of course, we'll see a lot of other people, in the public community and stuff like that, who are actually sharing their content online. And I had a former colleague once. We talked about when we look at the examples, you know, grabbing code is what they used to call stealing with pride. I mean, it's just you learn by example. So we'll have a look at how we do that. And we're going to look at basically the difference between the built-in reports that we see with the workbooks and what you can do through custom reports. Yes, you might take elements out of the default workbook and build into a custom one. But I know working with customers, they always have their own set of unique requirements where they want to see a visualization here, or they want to see, okay, give me all the users who haven't signed in over 30 days and things like that. And I suppose a lot of us are kind of quite visual in nature. So if we see something jumping out on the screen saying, alert, this user hasn't logged in over 30 days, it's a good way of monitoring, and especially for the likes of managers and CIOs and so on, who just want the data presented to them in a nice way, and maybe not like us techs who don't mind reading through logs and so on. So just a small bit about me. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Maurice Daly. I'm a senior cloud architect at a company called Cloudway. I'm an enterprise mobility MVP for the past, coming up my 5th renewal since, so 2017 was my first one. And I'm a Microsoft trainer. And I've been working, like Anoop said earlier on, I'm actually around for quite a while, 20 plus years in the industry. Very much community focused. I run user group events, webinars, and share content. International speaker, and I am on Twitter if anyone wants to follow me. And Twitter is actually the place to be in terms of getting information, seeing who's sharing good stuff, and actually even the project managers will actually tend to release information very much straight away on Twitter before you even see it in the doc site sometimes. So if you're not on Twitter and you don't like maybe doing the tweet, maybe just sign up and just follow people, or even look at the people that me, Katie, Anoop, and Donna, and so on follow, because they're the people that we look at and we get information from it as well. Blogging, I run the msendpointmanager.com blog along with a whole heap of people at this stage. And in fact, Donna Ryan, who's coming up next after me, is a blogger on the site. Yeah, we share a lot of content on there. Maybe not as much as not as we should be, but as much as we could do over the past year because of everything that's changed in our workloads and so on. But we do try to keep everything up to date. So by all means, visit the blog, and if you've got any feedback, just let us know. So what is Log Analytics? Well, it's an Azure-based log service. So it collects and injects logs from, as you said here, multiple locations, and that can be on-premise as well and in the cloud. Now, it's worth noting there's a cost associated with some of the logs, okay? Some are actually free. So if we look at the update compliance logs for the first 30 days, they are free. The Intune logs again. And then once you go over certain thresholds, you need to look at the Azure pricing. So I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. So the key thing here is, yes, we want to have a look at everything that's going on, but if you ingest all the information all at once, be prepared for a heavy bill. That's the worst case scenario, okay? So why would we use it? Well, we can get insights into our environment, okay? And we can do that with actually merging data sources. So for instance, if we have a log being fed in from Windows updates, okay? So it's going through update compliance, and we have one coming in from Intune. We can actually join the two, and we can start doing some nice reporting and dashboard type stuff, and going beyond what we have in the native reports. And I'm just going to kind of compare and contrast the differences a little bit as I bring up the Endpoint Manager portal in a minute. We can, of course, then analyze metrics. So based on our own requirements. So if we want, I know customers often come to me and they say, okay, well, I want to see trends over the past 60 days to see what my update looked like over that period. or how many machines have got this patch within the first 30 days and so on. And Configuration Manager, if you're using that, you can build reports in there that can kind of give you some of those metrics. And there's some third-party products as well that will also work with Configuration Manager. However, in Intune, sometimes we kind of miss some of that, because we can see stuff like the quality update, the version of Windows, the build of Windows that's on the machine. But we don't always get to see, okay, well, how long did it take for that update to apply? Or is this update not going out, and things like that. So that's why we can use log analytics then to determine these kind of things. Of course, we can filter, sort, and group as we see fit. Okay, which the UI in Intune, or the Endpoint Manager portal, has got a lot better over the past couple of years. Okay, there's been a big effort in, and even Katie was saying there that the ability to export reports now in proactive remediations, which just went in the other day. So they do take a lot of feedback, but sometimes depending on which screen you go into, you might have a filter on one column and not on the other. So the whole thing that I'm going to show you really gives you great flexibility in what you can do. We can leverage the built-in reporting. Of course, we can use the workbooks that are there. And we, as another former colleague used to use the term kind of, script your own destiny, but I'm going to say, build your own reporting destiny. Just do whatever you want. Can be used for monitoring alerting. So, as I said earlier on, the subscription comes at a different price model. Now, if I just drag in a screen, where we look at the pricing, make that a little bit bigger. Okay, so here we have the data ingestion costs. So, it can get expensive, but it's if you're consuming a lot of data every single day and it's custom stuff. So just something to be aware of. As I said, don't go and grab logs from absolutely everywhere and build a massive dashboard and go, this is fantastic. And then at the end of the month, have your manager slap you on the wrist and say, you've just cost me a fortune. Okay, so roll it out gently. And as I said, use the inbuilt stuff first, because that doesn't have a cost associated. So let's talk about step one, the data collection process. So for built-in stuff, we look at the diagnostic settings, okay, and that's in Intune and it's in Azure AD as well, okay. So Microsoft offers solutions as well, which we're going to look at, and the update compliance one I think is super awesome. Okay, you have desktop analytics as well, which will give you even more. So the ability to see, is a machine crashing or is an application compatible with the version of Windows and those kind of things. But today our focus is going to be update compliance, because patching really today, I've seen someone ask the question earlier on about, how mature is Windows Update for Business? And right now in my work, I am moving vast numbers of companies out of more traditional on-premise patching solutions and management solutions into Intune with Endpoint Manager. And of course, the reason is, this whole global pandemic, everyone now wants to work from home. How do we do this more effectively? And for the custom data collection, you can use the data collection API. So what you do is you set up an app registration where you basically authenticate with a shared key and a workspace ID, and then you can post your information via the REST API. And I'll actually show you an example of this, because in the company I work for, we actually developed a script where we collect a whole bunch of additional information from the hardware. So when I bring in the Endpoint Manager portal now in a second and just show you maybe some of the slight limitations on reporting as it is today, you can understand why doing something like that can be beneficial. And some of this you can actually do through proactive remediations, which Katie talked about earlier on. The thing is with that, if you want to report on it, you typically need to use something like the Graph API to really get it out. Or, of course, you could do an export. So here we're going to take that information and render it instead. So let's talk about configuring the actual links. So here I have a demo tenant, and what I did earlier on, let me just go into endpoint.microsoft.com. Go to tenant administration, and we go to diagnostic settings. Okay, important things, we do need an Azure subscription for this. Okay, and we have to have created a log analytics workspace first of all. So
sorry to interrupt you. Can you please maximize that screen?
Sure, yeah. And make it a little bit bigger as well. Yeah. Okay, so if we go into Azure and we do a search for log analytics workspaces, I've already created one, but you do need to create one yourself. So I've got a demo tenant log analytics workspace here. And what I've done then in Intune is I've gone into the diagnostic settings and I've added in the diagnostic settings here, selecting the audit logs, the operational logs, device compliance and devices logs. Okay, I'm then sending it through to the demo 10 log analytics workspace. And within a period of time, we end up seeing something like this. So if we go to logs, expand log management, we can see Intune devices. Okay, and then I can start working with this thing. So let's just have a little look at how we also do integration with Azure AD. So if we just go back here and we scroll down to diagnostic settings under Azure Active Directory. Again, it looks actually quite similar to what we saw a minute ago with Intune. We can just add in the Azure AD logs. We pick our log analytics workspace, and then we select this. Now, you can store logs greater than 30 days. Obviously, that the cost then incurs. So for this stuff, it's free for the first 30 days. So now, the only other one that we really need to integrate that we want to talk about today is update compliance. Now, that's done separately, okay? So that's actually a marketplace app. So I think I've got that here. Nope. That's okay. Let's go in here. So let's go home and let's do a search. So we're going to search for update compliance. And here we can actually create that workspace. So if we click on create, we select the workspace, we pick the same log analytics workspace, and we click on create. All right, and that's just going off now in the background to spin that up. So while that's happening, let's just go back here. So what I did there was I just, as you can see on the screen here, go into the marketplace and search for update compliance. Now, if you see here what that actually gives you, so we can easily monitor devices, as it says, track security compliance, view a breakdown of the different Windows system releases in your environment. And this will take time, okay? So when you set this up, there are two things you have to do. Obviously, you have to create this update compliance app, and it creates a workspace, a solution in the background. But then the other thing that has to happen is you have to push out settings to your clients that tag your telemetry data so that it appears in your reports. So if we talk about doing this in a modern way, like Anoop was talking about earlier on, using MDM-based policies, yes, we can do that. So here's a couple of different things that I just push out to clients. So the change notification, we don't want to really inform the user as much that we were like changing the telemetry details. I don't know if any of you have ever seen that where it pops up with a toast notification so that you're now using, if you're sending full details, Microsoft and so on. So we can actually stop that from happening. The device name opt-in is a very good one. Otherwise, we end up basically with all the data, but without the device name. So kind of makes reporting sometimes a little bit difficult. The compliance processing, the allow update compliance processing, that was added. So if you were using update compliance previous to, I think it's May 10th, then you also need to enable that one, okay? And of course, we need something called the commercial ID. So if we give me 1 second. Okay, let me bring this back in here because it has actually just finished setting up the update compliance. And as we can see, we've now got this Windows as a Service update insights. Okay, that's what it actually adds in as. And if we go in here, okay, we have a commercial ID. So what we need to do is copy that commercial ID and then put that into an OMA URI policy that we push down to our clients. The data then will take up to 72 hours to actually populate. So just be aware of that, sit back, let it happen, make sure the policy is obviously hitting your devices, and then just wait, and data will start appearing. Okay, so that's configured now at the moment. So let's just talk about the query language before we actually just look at the dashboards. So first of all, we need to learn this. It's all about, as I say here, the where, the summarize, project, and render. Okay, once we know a couple of these commands, we can do stuff. And we can do basically the queries. First of all, what I recommend is that you run them in the log itself. And then when you're getting happy that you've built everything, is that you put that into a workbook. So it's similar, like I said earlier on, to SQL queries, and the KQL language is actually the same thing that's used in Configuration Manager, CM Pivot, although it's kind of trimmed down in certain respects and then added in others there. And of course, you look at the Microsoft Docs to get more on that. And I have some resources in the last slide at the end that should help you look at that further. So let's go into another tenant. Give me 1 second here, and let's start looking at how we do some queries. Okay, yeah, let me make this a little bit bigger. Does that look okay to everyone?
Looks good to me.
Okay, good. So here what I'm actually doing is I'm querying a log that's been sent through a custom log. Okay, so what we're doing is, like I said earlier on, is we're sending information up into a log analytics workspace that we've captured through PowerShell. So I'll just give you a quick look to see what the PowerShell script looks like. The only thing we need to do, of course, is we need to specify our log analytics workspace ID and the shared key to be able to do this. But as you can see, okay, once we talk about how to construct the package and send it up, but when we get down to around about here, we can see where we actually do the device inventory. So we start gathering information from the registry, from WMI, and from other sources, and even in this case, we're collecting information about the local broadband performance of the devices via an API and SpeedNet. We get all of this details, and then we basically send it all up into Azure, and we end up with this. Okay, so at the moment, it's very much text-like. Okay, and if I was to take a look, let's go into Endpoint, and second, let's get in here. Devices. We can just have a look at some of these built-in reports, right, that we have. So stuff like the encryption report, for instance. Okay, we can see various things in here, such as like the TPM, the readiness encryption state, and so on. But we can't see some other devil in the detail, such as BitLocker and cipher strengths, for instance. So you can use product remediations for that. But if you want to be able to look at it, what we could do is, sorry, where was I? In here. We can go across and we can, so we don't have it in that report, but I'll show you one in a second where I do. But we can gather the cipher strengths then out of log analytics, right? So if we've got this data at the moment, right? So if we expand a single item, we can see everything that's come back. Okay, all the information. Actually, sorry, the cipher strength is in here. So my machine, for instance, was using XTS AES128 because it was kind of pre-encrypted from the OEM. But then if we start doing stuff like this, so at the moment we have a log and we've just displayed all the information. But say we only want to display a certain amount of information. So let's project out the managed device name and the BitLocker cipher strength. Okay, so now we've got a shorter report. And now let's just say, right, well, we have a list now at the moment of all the machines and their ciphers, but I only really want to care about how many of those machines are using what cipher. So we use the summarize command. So we're going to say summarize count by BitLocker cipher. Okay, and now we just have a simple count. So we can then say to our manager, whatever, okay, here's a list of the devices that are encrypted, and here's their cipher strength. And if we wanted to get really fancy, give it a kind of a Power BI type render. So we could say we'll render it as a pie chart. Okay, and that was really, really simple. That's like 4 lines of code. Obviously, there's a PowerShell script in the background that's gathering information. But the same is said for any of these here. So when we look at log management, we have stuff like the Azure AD logs, we have the Intune device logs, and of course we have the update compliance, which I'm going to show you a dashboard on that I've developed. So when we talk about the update side of things, let's go back here into Endpoint Manager. Let's go to reports. Let's go to Windows updates. Click on reports, and we do a feature update report. So I'm going to select feature update, Windows 21H1, and we generate a report. This is actually one of the quite useful reports that we see in Intune. So it's going to come back and it's going to tell us about whether a device has been offered an update, has it been installed, if there's any blockers, and so on. So this is where a lot of the product team are focusing a lot of their energy in making reports like this. But what I'm going to show you now is how to actually do something like that, by yourself. So workbooks. We've got the built-in workbooks. So we're just going to look at those briefly, first of all. Where do we find them? And we'll just look at breaking them apart to see their queries as well, because again, learn by example. And then let's look at the custom stuff. So let's go back across the here. Let's go into the first place, which actually has some really good information, is if we go into Azure Active Directory. Let's click on workbooks. And now let's have a look at the public workbooks. So we've got a list of templates here. Now the sign-ins one is actually a good one to start off with. So here we can see sign-ins over the past 14 days or whatever we determine, whether it's successful, failed, and so on. If we go back to workbooks, sign-ins using legacy authentication. For anyone that's security focused listening in, you'll know why legacy authentication is something that you really want to monitor. Now, in our environment, it's turned off, so we don't see anything here. But again, I have some screenshots showing you where you can present that then so that if you're trying to say get rid of legacy authentication or have it enabled for certain accounts, that you can make sure that that is happening, because that is something that could lead to your tenant being compromised. Let's have a look at the sign-in analysis. Here's a really good one. So it gives you sign-ins over time. And of course, although these are public workbooks, we can actually click on edit. So if we click on edit here, okay, we can go in and out each of these sections to see how the data is generated. So let's just have a look at the sign-in summary. Okay, so this is the text before, and if we click here, we can actually see what happened. So here what we're doing is we are gathering information from the sign-in logs and we're putting it into a data variable, okay? And then we are doing certain things such as, okay, gathering the apps from like a drop-down menu where we can select that, summarizing the count, and then we're doing joins. Now, joins are, if anyone's familiar with databases, where you can join two sets of data based on a particular field. So we'll do an example of that right now. So let's give me 1 second. Okay, let's go back into Azure AD Sign-in logs. Actually, sorry, log analytics. And let's start off by doing something like this. All right, so here we're going to look at the Intune devices where the OS is Windows, and then we're going to say we're going to summarize the last contact date by the serial number, and we're going to project out the time generated, the device name, the user principal name of the user, the OS version, model, serial number, and so on. So if we just change that maybe to say the last 3 days, and let's run that, we get a list of devices. Now, if then we want to take the Windows update logs and join that so that we get even more information, we could do something like this. So if we just do a join, we run that, we scroll across. Now we will actually see some additional information coming in here. Okay, so now we have a list of hardware. Last time they were signed in, the OS version, OS build, and so on. And we can further tune that down. So if we just wanted to say, project out the manufacturer and OS version. Okay, here we can see on the header that we have OS version 1. And we can see the manufacturer is here. There we are, manufacturer. So if we go down here and we just do a project manufacturer OS version 1. Okay, so now we have a list of all the manufacturers and their associated models. Now, we can, again, even take that further and do something like this. And again, well, this is a small environment. This is actually our Cloudway tenant, so there's only 8 employees. So we all have different makes and models, obviously. But if you had, say, several thousand devices, you'll end up with a report showing you how many HP machines are, for instance, on Windows 10, 21, H1, and so on. And of course, you can build that into a dashboard. So let's go back to PowerPoint for a second, and then let's have a look at these custom dashboards. So building custom workbooks. You build them to suit your needs. Okay, the visualizations that you can add include stuff like bar charts, tiles, timelines, scatter charts, and so on. And again, you can do groupings in there, and you can actually change the column names. So in that previous example, right? So if I just drag this screen over slightly, we can see that we've got a decount manufacturer. Okay, that's not really a column name that we want to come out. So we can change all of that stuff as we build a report. We can provide access to the log analytics workspace for managers and so on, so they can go in and they can drill through this themselves. So here's just a kind of sample use case. As I said earlier on, monitor legacy authentication attempts. So here we're taking a screenshot out of another customer's tenant where we're saying we have 2 POP3 and 2 IMAP4 connections over the last 30 days. And then you might have a reason for them. It could be something like a service account that goes in once a month and issues an alert or something like that. But it's a nice way of getting you to monitor that. Yes, there are other places to do it, but the thing is, if you generate one all singing, all dancing report, it's just right there for you. Update sources is another one. So if you're moving away from stuff coming from distribution points to stuff coming down from CDN, you might want to see, okay, well, how much stuff is coming down from the cloud distribution network and how much is being shared between my peers. So here we can gather all of those details. And incidentally, in this case, and I'll show you the code behind it, we're getting the byte information and then we're converting that into gigabytes so it's more manageable because no one wants to see a very long string of numbers. And then we can do stuff like have a Windows update report. So here in this example, and again, I'm going to show you this full workbook in a second. We see patching trend line over the previous 30 days. And of course, we will see a big jump when machines are not up to date. When do you think that'll be? Well, it's typically the patch Tuesday when the quality updates come out. So all of the machines are at a point not up to date. And then over time, depending on your deferrals and so on, you'll see them gradually slope down. So now let's go back to building custom workbooks. So I've shown you very briefly, and we're limited by the time in the session because we can't do all of this. But I've shown you how to say get information from the Windows Intune device log there. If we wanted to gather information from the update log, so we go into update compliance here we are, and let's have a look at the last deployment status. Okay, and again, it gives you a lot of information about whether it's a security update, what the release ID was, which is again very handy stuff to know. So you know that there are certain KBs and apply to a machine. But all of this information is very much text-based. Okay, we get more information by clicking on that and expanding it out. We'll see everything about the device. But let's really talk about getting this manipulating and putting it into a workbook. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in here, just discard those. And I'm going to have a look at my workbooks. And I've got a couple of workbooks here, which are kind of, I suppose they're a bit of a in progress, but let's have a look at the patching dashboard first of all. Okay, again, we are only 8 people, so it will look better with more information on it. But here we're looking at the patch trend line over the previous 30 days. Okay, now again, we can see that slight spike when the updates came out. We can then see devices up to date, not up to date. And if we scroll down here, we'll see that machine is not up to date. The last scan was the 16th of June. So it might be a case that the device is actually just simply offline. Okay, and given the fact it's 20H2, the rest of us all 20H1, it probably is sitting in someone's drawer somewhere at this present time. Quality update deployment in detail. Here is where we can then start really manipulating the data. So what I've done is if I edit this, I can actually just then show you individual components of this. But here I'm doing data over the last 60 days. So we end up looking through here and we can see, when a machine updated, was it successful? And we can start building out this based on other information, such as, okay, I want to know, for instance, how many machines in my environment have KB 500, 36, and 37 installed. Okay, and we can then see that in total runs at 8, so we have 100% success rate on that. And we can do that by age. So one of our customers came to us and they said, I want to know about updates over 0 to 30, 31, and so all up to 120 days. And again, we can report on that. Feature updates. So going from each build of Windows, Again, quite important. So here what we have is just two pie charts and demonstrating what the different builds are. And on the left-hand side, this one is actually quite useful. So if you've got a very large environment and you haven't got control over your feature update process, one of the things to do is show if here I've got supported build and latest build, but we can add in another query where it will show unsupported build. And that's where then you'll be able to, really take that information and say, right, 25% of my environment is in an unsupported build of Windows. We need to do something about this. Similar to what I showed you earlier on, we can break this down by manufacturer. So we can see, what across our estate is on a certain build of Windows. We can do a search here, so we can see who's up to date, who's not up to date, and search for their machines. And just like the quality update, we can actually see a feature update trend line over time to see when devices there. For instance, we have 9 devices on 21H1 at one point, and then going up to 10 devices on that date. So really useful stuff. Patch alerting, another thing where we can actually just immediately show you something as a visualization to say, okay, this machine is missing multiple security updates. And then, like I showed a minute ago, the update sources. So one of the things I said we were doing inside that was we were just converting the bytes from the CDN into gigabytes to make them more useful from a viewing point of view. So if we go and edit that, we can actually just see what we're doing. So we're getting the aggregated status, we're summarizing by the latest time generated. That's an important one because you don't want to display all the data because the machines are going to check in multiple times. So we just want the latest detail. We're then going to extent, which is basically kind of like creating like a variable, if you like, where we're formatting bytes and the bytes from CDN. So that's how we're generating the gigabytes. Then we're sorting it, and then we're projecting that out. And the queries can get a little bit more complex as you go along. Obviously, when you start showing things like icons on that. But the one thing that you will see, so if I go and edit this section, okay, here we have a bit more of a complicated query where we're telling it what to output, basically. All right. So if we have update completed, we're going to output that with a green tick and so on. But one of the things you can actually see if we go out of edit mode is the ability to download as well. So I just go back into edit mode for 1 second. That's not something that's enabled by default. So we'll just take any random one of these that's got it enabled. Or I should go back to the same one. And let's go to advanced settings. And here we are. Okay, when items are selected, we can export parameters. We can show external query button when not editing. And of course, we can show the export to Excel, which again, okay, people like the visualizations, but if they want to take them and put them into a workbook of their own, then they can certainly do so. Let me just show you some of the other workbooks we're working on. The device inventory one. So that's the one using PowerShell, as I said earlier on, to collect some additional information. Here we see the Windows version trend over 90 days. We can look at the hardware inventory report, and we can see important stuff like, the BIOS release, for instance. So if we want to then compare that and see, okay, are they on the latest version of the BIOS? We simply scroll across here. We can see the make and model in use, the last boot up time, and we can see the BIOS version. Really, really useful stuff. And you can extend this even more. So if you want to actually see in BIOS settings, just collect them, send them into the log, and there you have it. Storage reports, another useful one. So earlier on, I talked about BitLocker, and we have the split here showing this, who's on what cipher strength, and then the cipher usage over time. And of course, the storage report then is quite useful to show, so, well, who's running out of space? Well, this machine actually just completely ran out of space. A colleague of mine only has 12 gigs left on his on his C drive. So you might want to do something about it. We can arrange it the other way as well, where we can see who has the most space free on their devices. And we can even get down to the hardware locations, because we are collecting that information from the Azure AD sign-in logs. So we can see who's signing in from where and at what time and so on. And here's something we might want to flag as well as the log analytics cost over the previous 30 days, where we just show the actual bytes consumed so that we can then compare that to the pricing and just keep an eye on that. One last one here is the application inventory report. So again, the Endpoint Manager portal sometimes doesn't display, well, it doesn't display software in the way that we would get the same kind of information at Configuration Manager. So here we are just collecting information about all of the software on the device, and then we can go and filter that. So for instance, if we wanted to just have a look at one password, we can do that. We can see who's it installed on. We can see the manufacturer, the trend over time as to who has it installed. We can look at the device-specific inventory on machines. And we can also look at the Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise to see who's on what version with, again, timelines and cost and so on. So, as I say, it's kind of build your own destiny of reporting, but you can do so in a kind of simple way. Once you learn the KQL commands, it really is more or less kind of simple for us to continue and generate whatever we want. So how are we doing for time, by the way?
We are on time.
Okay, we're on time. What time am I finishing?
I think.
Or what time is Donna starting? Just want to make sure I don't run over as well.
Liam's supposed to be start.
So, yes, Donna will start 12:45.
Sorry, at which time?
GMT, 12:45 GMT.
Oh, 45. Okay, great. So we have about another 10 minutes or so. So let's just, So let's go and have a look at these and see how we construct these. So again, this is a custom one. So we're looking at the app inventory. So if we were building this report out from scratch, like I said, the best thing that we can do is go in, have a look at the logs, run it in here. Okay, and we can get the information then. So one of the things that might be actually useful, when you are, I suppose, when you're packaging applications, it's more useful, but stuff like the uninstall string. Okay, I want to know what the uninstall string is for all of the applications that are installed on the devices, so that if I needed to get rid of something, just say I could create a PowerShell script that uninstalled tools for .NET 3.5, and here I have the uninstall string because that has come out through the app inventory custom log collector. Then, okay, so here we are filtering based on the application, which was selected up here. Okay, so if we do all, we get everything. Otherwise, we can go down and select whichever one we want. So let's do something like Teams. Okay, and here we can see the various versions of Teams. I haven't selected off one password as well. There we go. Across our estate, okay, and again, we can get additional information out of that so that we can report on it. So let's go back to the device inventory. So I know, for instance, Dell at the moment have a critical vulnerability on some of their BIOS releases. So there isn't really a way of reporting against that in Endpoint Manager as such. So you could use a proactive remediation, which is what Katie was going through earlier on, and then export into Excel. But we could come in here and let's just have a look at this query. We're going ahead and edit. Okay, so we're projecting out all of this information here. However, if we want to skim this down, so let's just go ahead and grab something like that. Change the time range. 7 days. Oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so here what we're going to do is we are going to filter out. Okay, so we can see we've actually reported on desktop and mobile. So we'll do something like this. So we'll say where PC system type. Not contains mobile. Oh, sorry, I don't know what's pasted in there. Try it again. I think I deleted. Yeah. Okay, so now we have a list of the desktops. And now we're going to project out the device, manage device name, the BIOS date, the BIOS version. Okay, so right now then, we can also then do a filter. So if we were looking for a particular manufacturer, of course, we would have to project out that. So if we go back here, manufacturer S on that. Don't have any Dell, Alienware maybe. Okay, and again, we talked about if we want to just summarize based on the latest date, we will get that, so we only get the last entry. But here we can quickly then go and get a report. We can go back to our manager, for instance, and say, right, we have X number of machines across our estate that are vulnerable to this. And then you start, making Win32 applications with the BIOS update or something along those lines. Or, of course, through Windows Update today, it can actually, you can get BIOS updates for certain manufacturers. So additional learning resources, I suppose, because this is a kind of a crash course in how you look at this stuff. But Microsoft have a good document on getting this whole thing set up. So if we look at that, just open that up. So getting started with update compliance, it talks about the prerequisites, going ahead and setting up the subscription, and of course getting the commercial ID, which we then need to deploy to the machines. I showed you the MDM version of doing that. You can do it through group policy, but the recommendation is if your machines are hybrid and you're going to start consuming stuff with co-management or directly via MDM, group policy moving everything to MDM just provides you with the ability to be ready to go to stuff like Azure AD join devices instead of hybrid and so on. For the community, the MS Endpoint Manager blog, we have some blogs on there. I'm actually going to be doing a bit of a series on this. So I've just respun up on my lab the other day, and I'm going to start going through this from scratch. So give you kind of a how-to. And the workbook that I showed you, whereas I'm not going to show the entire workbook, and because it's kind of developed in-house. I am going to share elements of it so you can start constructing basically the same kind of thing if you wish. Rod Trent has some good posts on this subject, along with a couple of other MVPs and commercial training. So Pluralsight actually do a course on custom query language from scratch as well. I personally haven't taken the course, but I know someone that has, and he found it beneficial. So that's just an option that you have. So I think we've got about maybe 5 minutes for questions, if anyone has any.
Yes, so if anyone has a question, he or she can put it in the chat box. Okay, so awesome presentation. We've really got an insight, and I love the links you showed at the last end, which will help, starters get hands-on, and they will get, resource where they can start to practice some of these dashboards and queries and all those wonderful, KQL queries. I'm in love with KQL because it really makes things, quite simplistic. So yes, at this point, we would like to use that 5 minutes to take a break. But before the break, we do have a traditional photo we take whenever we organize events as MEUGGH Microsoft User Group. We come on video and then we take a photo, which we'll be posting after the event. So whilst we take this 5 minutes break, we can come on video so that we take the photo. So I will request kindly come on video, everyone. So we take, okay, Manuel, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question.
Okay, please go ahead, Manuel.
Okay, so I have sorry, I have some couple of users in my Azure AD, and then when you come to Intune, that is endpoint, they are not synced into the enrollment service. I'm kind of finding it difficult how to resolve that. If they can help me on that.
They're not synced into the enrollment service. I'm not following what you're trying to do.
Okay, so I have some couple of users, right, with the corporate machines, their corporate laptops. When they log in with their email, that is the M365, when you go to Azure AD and you go to users, and then from there you go to devices, you can see all the devices over there. But when you come to endpoints, the devices are not there.
Okay, so first of all, so the user needs to be licensed for Intune for a start. Okay.
Okay.
The other thing is that they're joined to Active Directory at the moment, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then through group policy, you can do an automatic enrollment into MDM, but that needs to be targeted at the device. And you need to be synchronizing the device object via Azure AD Connect as well. So the device will become a hybrid Azure AD join device. And then once it has the MDM group policy enabled and targeted at it, when a user signs in, it will then auto enroll into Intune. And of course, that also you also need to make sure that MDM auto enrollment is scoped then for all users also.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Any more questions? Okay. All right. Okay. Awesome presentation. Yes, excellent presentation. So yes, if there are no more questions, I would like us to take that traditional photo, and then we take, I think, 3 minutes break, and then we can resume to have donors section. So if we can all come on camera. Okay. All right, so let me put in together mode. Okay. All right. So, Maurice, you can stop sharing your screen. All right, good. Okay, so I will be taking the photo in a moment.
Ernest?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, I think you put it on the together mode form.
Yes, it's in together mode form.
Oh, okay. I can't see that my side.
Okay, we can see it. Can someone confirm it's in together mode? Because I can see it here on my side.
Yes, I can see it too.
Okay, taking the picture. Okay. All right, good, 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 good. Thank you, everyone. We can go off camera now. So we take 3 minutes break. So we resume with donor section. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ernest.
Okay, thank you.
ആയിട്ടില്ല ബ്രേക്ക്.
So, hi, is this meeting will be continuing in some time?
Yes, we will continue in a minute's time.
All right. So, meantime, I'm on hold. So, I think I missed that. All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. So, what an awesome presentation by Maurice. We moved to Windows Virtual Desktop, now Azure Virtual Desktop, and my ears are itching to hear Donna's presentation. So, Donna, if you are there, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good, 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 good. So the platform is yours.
Awesome. Oh, first, thank you very much for the invitation. I've been very excited for this presentation. And so just a big honest thank you for the invitation and allowing me to present. And so today I'm going to talk about Azure Virtual Desktop, which up to 2 weeks ago was known as Windows Virtual Desktop. So for folks that don't know who I am, I'm Donna Ryan. I'm an enterprise mobility MVP as well. I'm fairly active on Twitter with my Twitter handle there, the notorious DRR. I also co-blog on the MS Endpoint MGR site, mostly about Wimwich, which is a community tool for doing offline image servicing, but on occasion something a little bit different. So today's topic, though, with AVD is about what's new, the announcements that have come out within the last month or so, and kind of basics on how to start rolling out Windows Virtual Desktop. There we go. Come on. There it goes. So the point to start at is what actually is Azure Virtual Desktop. It's an Azure service that allows you to provision Windows desktops and or applications from Azure. It allows the user of the service to connect in with apps from either iOS on Android, Windows, Mac OS, or even just through an HTML5 web browser. Both have their various strengths, but they're both very good experiences, and I'll show you both of those. It can host Windows 7 and Windows 10. And if you do have Windows 7 workloads out there that you haven't been able to get off of, the advantage to shifting that workload to AVD is that you get the extended security updates for Windows 7, I think up until 2023. If you're going to run those on-prem, that's an additional license that you have to purchase from Microsoft. So there could be some cost savings there. You can also run Windows Server session hosts, more like a traditional remote desktop services type, or even like a Citrix or type deployment. There's some caveats to that, but you can absolutely do it. You have the option of doing either a personal type deployment or a pooled. And what that means is with the personal, you assign one user to one virtual machine, and that machine is their machine. With the pooled, you can fit multiple users on one machine, and the idea being is that you can have less machines and therefore less resource consumption for your users. Both have various use cases, but you've got that flexibility. The beauty of AVD is how quickly you can scale up and scale down. I've gone from basic proof of concept to pilot to production with just within 15 minutes. You can massively ramp up your size and tear down. So the availability to scale is just massive with this. And this is the only platform that you can run Windows 10 multi-session. And multi-session, again, is that scenario where you have multiple users on one machine. So if you need that, you are locked into Azure. It's not necessarily a bad thing. What's new within the last couple of months is the general availability of MSIX App Attach, which is a game changer for WVD. In a nutshell, what that allows you to do is to run applications on your hosts without actually having to install the software. And the benefit to that is it makes it easier to maintain and update your session hosts without necessarily having to have a captured reference image. Endpoint Manager, Intune, now supports management of WVD to an extent. There are some features that aren't, but your compliance policies and your conditional access and your app deployment absolutely works now. So that's pretty awesome. The one I'm most excited about, though, is the Azure AD only support that's just been announced. Preview is not there yet. Today, our session hosts have to be Active Directory joined, domain joined, full stop. So the pure AD only model is very exciting. What's also new is being able to support external users. And what that means is, and I've run into this scenario where I have a client that's trying to make their own application or their own internal application available to their customers or other third parties. Microsoft wouldn't allow you to provision a license and allow somebody that wasn't a part of your organization into WVD. So to complete that, you would have to make Azure AD accounts for every customer or every person that you wanted to come in, which could get messy. So now there's a new support to allow you to provision access to third parties, which is really cool. Start VM on Connect, probably not nearly as flashy, but is really cool because it gives you a way to save money. Because with Azure, you start running things, the meter starts running and your bill starts to go up. And so any way that you can save money is good. And what this does is it allows you to keep a machine powered off. And then when a user goes to log in and gets assigned to that machine, the machine can turn on. And so, an additional cost savings that's really easy to implement is pretty fantastic. And of course, we have new branding. We're now Azure Virtual Desktop. We're being Microsoft geeks, we're all familiar with, if you adopt Microsoft, you adopt new branding every so often. So AVD is no different. Your prerequisites to implement AVD is you need Azure Active Directory. And if you're doing, like Office 365 today, that's good enough for the user authentication portion. The users log in with their Azure AD credentials, whether that's synchronized from on-prem up or cloud only, doesn't matter. But we need that component for the user auth. As I mentioned previously, your session hosts have to be domain joined. So that can mean Active Directory. But in scenarios where you either don't want to integrate this into your Active Directory, or maybe you don't have one, you're born in the cloud and you don't have that, Azure has a service called Azure Active Directory Domain Services, which gives you a domain in the cloud. Some caveats to it. Nothing that's really need to go too deep into, except the big one is you don't have a domain controller to log into, but you can do your typical GPO management, users and computers, all that fun stuff. And so you have a way to do that even if you can't or don't have Active Directory. If you are going to do a traditional Active Directory domain join, you're going to require some type of network connectivity back in to your data center. And so that's typically a site-to-site VPN or an express route. If you're doing pure Azure doing domain services, you don't necessarily have to have that. But if the applications that you're making available to users require some on-prem resource, whether that's like a backend SQL database or an app server or something, then you're going to need to build in that network infrastructure to access those resources. You're absolutely going to need an Azure subscription. We're going to be building virtual machines, log analytics, logic apps. I don't have enough time to cover all of those ancillary things, but suffice to say, you will need an Azure subscription. From a licensing perspective, and I've got a slide, my next slide actually breaks this down in a little bit of the detail, but your user needs to have a Windows 10 Enterprise license. If you're using something like an M365 E3, hey, they're covered. And there's some other SKUs that have that included, but that's the core component to use the Windows 10 virtual machines, is you need to have that. At the very basic, you can use a Windows 10 Enterprise E3, which seems to be pretty cost effective for those that don't have any of that licensing there. If you're going to deploy a Windows Server-based session host, you're going to need RDS CALs, which you may already have if you're running, a Citrix or remote desktop services. So this screen grab, I just took this right from a Microsoft white paper. You can see, over into here. These are the Windows 10 licenses. So, your M365 E3 is pretty common. The most basic seems to be, this guy. But if you've got any of these are applicable to you or your organization, you're licensed. The other one that's interesting, was newly added to the sheet. This one that talks about the external users. So it looks like the final pricing hasn't fully been announced right now. It's just on a promotional pricing, but that's now there as well. And so what this demo is going to cover is we're going to go over the anatomy of Azure Virtual Desktop, its components, generally what they do. some basic strategies, how to deploy host pools, how to assign your users to your resources, what this actually looks like to an end user. We'll also talk about FS Logics, which is a really neat solution that handles a variety of functions. The biggest one is user profiles, but now recently that also now applies to your MSIX app attach. So we'll kind of talk about that. And then I'm also on this last slide, just some follow-up material. The licensing slide that I had up previously came from that first link. The Microsoft Docs is the second link, and Microsoft has done a bang-up job on the documentation. It is spot on, very in-depth, very useful. So if you want to start trying to play with this in your lab, that documentation is gold. And then a shout out to a community tool that is just phenomenal called WVD Admin. It runs locally, but it connects up to Azure, and fires off various PowerShell commands. But the functionality baked into that single pane of glass spans the entire functionality that you get in the Azure UI, including other really cool cost savings and automation functions that just aren't in the native Azure UI. So just a big shout out, check that tool out. It's really awesome. And with that, that's the end of my slide deck. I'm going to move into demos. Are there any questions before I move into the live demo? Nope. Perfect. All right. And so let me go ahead and start here within Azure Virtual Desktop. So if you get to here, here's your landing page. And what I want to focus on here first is just some of the basic terminology. Oops. Perfect. And so forgetting the users for a second. With these three things, these are the major headings. So we've got a host pool. And what a host pool is a grouping of session hosts. The session host is the computer that the users ultimately get logged into. Each session host within a host pool should be identically configured, even at the patch level. The idea being is with a pooled session host pool, users may log into box 1 on Monday, and then box 3 on Tuesday, and then box 6 on Wednesday. You don't really know. So you want to have them configured identically, but you also manage them as a group because they should all be the same. Your application groups is how you target your users for the desktops and the applications that you create, essentially. And your workspaces, this is really just an organizational function. What you can do with a workspace is essentially categorize them. There's not really a right or wrong way. Do what makes sense for you and your users. But just some examples, if you wanted to have, let's say you published all of your applications for your organization, you could have like an engineering workspace with the engineering apps, and then an accounting workspace for your accounting apps. Or if you wanted to look at this as more like a global deployment, you could have a workspace for North America, or then for Europe, or Africa, or wherever. There's no real right or wrong. It's just a way to organize. But also be warned too, and not really warned, just a heads up. When you name the workspace, that is visible to the user. So you may want to put in something that's a little more friendly or easy to understand. I guess as a side note, I know I'm not going to have time to count on this one, but your logging lives over here in the insights. It's using log analytics. So like Morris showed with setting up the log analytics space and sending the logs or the diagnostic information over to your log analytics workspace applies just the same way. But this gives you like those shiny dashboards with the pie charts and the bar graphs and a lot of really good useful data. So there's a lot here, even though this UI is pretty sparse. Let me show you what I have pre-built, and then I can kind of start getting into the user experience. And so right now I have just one pool built. It's a personal lab, so I don't really need to have a ton here. But if I go ahead and click on my pool, there's a bunch of good stuff we can do in here. So, firstly, we can actually see the session hosts. At a high level, we can see here that there's 2 session hosts. None are unavailable, which is good. How many sessions, if they're active, disconnected. What we can also do here is we can set some properties around the user experience. And so as an example here with your session behavior, you can control how reconnection works, network auto detect, that kind of fun stuff. Device redirection, if we're going to allow local mics and cameras or drives, USB keys, clipboard, printer, all that stuff that you may or may not want to redirect depending on what you're doing, you can control from here. Your display settings can be controlled here. As a side note, I typically don't allow the multiple display. If you connect into the web browser, it doesn't make a difference. You get one screen. But if you're spanning multiple, if you don't have that, then when a user connects in through the local app, it will take over all of their screens. I don't like that, so that's why I set that as the don't. And then you also have an advanced which shows you some of the things that have been set up, but you can also append your own custom. There is a white page out there that shows all of the custom RDP properties that are applicable to AVD. And if they're not listed in the UI, you can go ahead and just tack them on in here. We can also configure some of these additional properties within our session hosts. So like as mentioned in one of the earlier slides, your VM on Connect, that is now starting to support pooled session hosts, which is just awesome. We can turn a session or turn a host pool into a validation or not. A validation allows you to build a host pool and test new configurations before you run it out to production, and then you can go ahead and then click it to no, and then hey, now you're in prod. You can give friendly names. What's also important down here too, and this will come in later as your environment starts to mature from a proof of concept into a true pilot, is your load balancing algorithm and your max session limits. And the load balancing that you have between all of your session hosts in the session host pool is configured here. And you've got 2 options. You've got breadth first. And what that means is as users connect, the connection brokering service of AVD tries to put the user on the least utilized session host. So what ends up happening is you're really granting the most available resources to the user. The other option is depth first. And what that does is keeps assigning new users to the same computer until the max session limit is hit. When you would want to use that, let's say you're running a really expensive type of session host. Maybe it's just really beefy, or you've got a GPU on there, and you want to keep the least amount of those powered up to save you money. Well, you want to put as many users on there as possible. So maybe depth first makes sense maybe in that scenario. There's no real right or wrong. It really comes down to user experience, costing, and what makes sense for you and your organization. But these numbers can change. So as we go through the walkthrough and we tell the wizard how many to set for a max session, you can change that. That's one of those things that is not set in stone. We can also see what application groups are tied to this, and we'll go poking around in there. Our MSIX packages that have been set up to be used with our host pool is listed here. And again, our individual session hosts, we can see which ones are powered on, if they're available, if they're on drain mode. Drain mode prevents new users from logging in. So let's say you're going to do maintenance on, let's say, box 0 here. You may put it in drain mode, and what that does is it prevents new users coming in. So as the users log off for the day, you can make sure you have nobody on that machine. Yes, and so what I have as far as the application group within here, I've got 3 things assigned. And when you walk through the new host pool wizard, it'll ask you if you want to make a desktop, and that's actually what DAG stands for here. That's a desktop application group. So we can see that it's just a desktop. So I've got one built. I've deployed 7-zip as an MSIX. Everybody loves 7-zip. And then I've got an Office app. You'll notice too that the terminology here is remote app versus desktop. That's kind of legacy carryover from remote desktop services, just for what that's worth. But then what we can also see too is how many applications are in there and also how many assignments. So if I go ahead and take a look at my desktop here, and I can go down into assignments, I can see that, come on, Azure. So here, I'm just the only person assigned. I'm really the only person in this environment, so that's not big. But you can see, and then I can also add other users very easily. So once you have your resource built, allowing users to get at it is pretty quick. You can just find an Azure AD group to assign to, or users, or do an individual user, or do that for groups. It's very, very simple. Let's see, please come again on DAG. Oh, DAG, again, it's just an acronym that stands for a desktop application group. It's a default terminology. So again, if we go ahead and look at the applications, no, I'm sorry, the assignments. I'm getting lost here. There it is. Okay. So when you build a session host pool and it asks you if you want to build a desktop and you say yes, it will append the name that you gave it with DAG. So it's just an acronym for desktop application group. That's all it means. All it means is you're getting a full Windows desktop and not just an application. And hopefully this will be a little more clear when we go ahead and start looking at user experience. So let's go ahead and look at the web version first. So here I am, and I'm going to try and log into. Let me just go ahead and do a. Oh, fine. All right. And then if I go to RD Web. All right, let's try that again. Sure, I'll stay signed in. And so once your user logs in, they're going to see what's assigned to them. And so in my case, I've got 7-zip, I got Microsoft Word, and I've got my full desktop. You can control the icons on these guys, the desktop. I think that's pretty static. And you can also see, too, that this is actually the name of my workspace. Like I mentioned before, that's visible to the user. In my case, I don't care. I just gave it an unimaginative name of Workspace 1. But since your users are going to see that, you might want to put just a tad of thought into that one. What it looks like, though, for your users, and this is pretty awesome, and let me go and zoom in a little bit more. So I can go ahead and click on my desktop, and then you get this first little pop-up, and it's going to ask about what you want to share generally from this machine. So you can do your clipboard, your printer, and file transfer. If you're using the local client, you can copy and paste files into your session. Through the web, you cannot. So Microsoft created this little file transfer, and you get a temp folder that you can copy files into. Then it gets synchronized up to your session. I'm going to hit allow, and it's going to go ahead and start the connection. There will be a second login. That's unavoidable. SSO is not fully supported yet. They just announced that SSO with ADFS is in preview, but if you're not using ADFS, you're going to have to enter a second set of credentials. I really don't mind it. To me, it's not a deal breaker, but it just is what it is. So we can go ahead and submit. And hey, I'm logged on. Well, and in fairness too, I was already logged on earlier, so this connection took a little quicker than it would if I didn't have an active session. But yeah, you can see that it's Windows. I really don't have anything crazy going on in here, but you can access your applications. Works just fine. And users can go about doing their regular day-to-day. Now, as far as the application experience, let's go ahead and launch Word. And again, we're going to get the same thing. The reason why you get that same pop-up is because to the service, you're still logging into a machine. The profile is still getting created or loaded. So those rules still apply regardless of what's being presented. So you're going to have this pop up unless you hit the don't ask. I'm going to go ahead and hit allow. And this should happen pretty quickly. Oop, I'll do my second login. And then what I should get here in just a second is I should get this to, this should kick over to a Word icon. Yep. And so now we can see there's our Word running, and then I could also go ahead and launch 7-zip. And I think that's, yep, that's already running. Looks like I already had an extra session running. Let's go ahead and close that. So I can hop between 7-zip, Word, and a full desktop. And this is all running on essentially in the same space. So all of this as I have open running is, let's see, we can go ahead and see, is running on this box, NT pool 0, because there's my active sessions. I can go ahead and start to drill into this. So I could do something like, I could send a notification to users and say, that. So you can just go ahead and you can send notifications to users. You can orchestrate that through PowerShell. Everything that you've seen in the UI has a PowerShell commandlet associated with it. So you can absolutely script and build this stuff into automation. So you have a way to communicate to users if you're going to, let's say, shut down your session host for maintenance or whatever you need to. You've got that ability. You can also boot users as well. So I could go ahead and select both of those and tell it to log the user off if I want to kick them off, or either again for maintenance or whatever. And what we should see here is, yep, I'm already getting signed out. My applications have been closed on me. And as the expected behavior, I'm being logged out. And so that'll take, let me just go ahead and preemptively close that and cancel that. So we're good. So that's the web browser experience. Which, if you're going to be onboarding, new consultants or contractors, and you don't want to have to manage the remote desktop app or anything, you could just give them this link. This link, there's a short link. I think it's AKAMS AVD, something like that. There is a short link for this, but all they need is that web browser, and it's universal because by the user authenticating in. The AVD service knows what's being accessed. So this is not like unique to you. It's just a generic type of URL. One thing to note here, if we start looking at the remote desktop app, the one in the store, at least the last time I checked, it didn't work. Download the WVD client. For Windows, there is a download specifically for Windows that works with this. I can never remember the link, so I just Google download Windows or WVD agent, and we can see that depending on what your architecture is, you can download what's appropriate. And also the traditional that guy does not work with WVD as well. I don't know if you could customize the URL. I suppose you could try to do something with a custom domain name with your own and then do a redirect. Not sure how that would work with certificates, but it's plausible. That was the question: is can you customize the URL? I've not tried, but maybe you'd have to try it and see. And so I've already pre-downloaded the remote desktop application. I have it right here. So if I go ahead and launch this guy, we can see that here's my applications already published. What that looked, and when you first install this and go to run it, you're going to have an option to, here, let me do this. me just go ahead and unsubscribe. So if we just install this, this is exactly what it's going to look like when you launch it. And you can go to subscribe. I've never used the subscribe with URL. Let's go ahead and do a subscribe. And we're going to get our traditional Azure type login and use another account. And it's going to be able to divine what is assigned to that user really just based off of the account name. Boom, and there it is. Now, what's neat about the desktop app and why I do prefer it, if I was an admin, and I guess full disclosure, I've never been an admin. I've only been a consultant. So take that for what it's worth, I guess. But what I really, really like about this app is that not only do you have the ability to connect and have things, run a little more individually, but it also publishes the applications to your start menu. So, they're under recently added. You can find them. It creates a folder based off of the workspace name. So you can see that's the same thing that's inside the app and in the web page. Let's see, Intune, if it isn't in there now, it should soon have the availability to pre-configure that app. So you could have that, as part of maybe like an autopilot deployment where you deploy this, and then it has the user's login, so then it can pre-populate your applications. From a training your end user perspective, I think it's much easier to tell them to go to start, go to the workspace name, and maybe call it like accounting apps or something that makes sense to an end user and launch it, versus telling them to go, okay, open the browser, now go to here, now go ahead and do this. It's just really easy. From a user experience, though, this handles just a wee bit differently. Again, it's going to connect, and then you're going to get that second credential. But instead, now I've got more of a traditional RDP window. And we can also see there too that if you caught that, you saw the FS Logic service running. That's actually checking to see if I have a profile and then trying to load that for me. So when a user, on Monday logs into box 1 and then Tuesday logs into box 4, by using your profile disks, the customizations they make to Windows, whether it's dropping a text message on the text message, text file, or they save things on their desktop, that can follow them around from box to box. And if you rebuild your hosts, their user data is really stored in a different location, which is really, really neat. Again, it's, actually, let's see what this looks like now. From an icon perspective, what you can see down here in the taskbar is there's my current session. So it's broken out as an individual icon, which I kind of like that. And then you can see too with that little circle with the little green there designates that it's actually a WVD app. Well, I have more or less the same experience here with Word. I should probably tell it to remember me, huh? Quit typing in my password. And in just a second here, boom, Word started. Sure, why not? Go ahead and load that. So, hey, I'm running Word in full screen, but I'm actually running it from the cloud. And from an end user experience, I mean, this is nice and responsive, and I'm running this on a pretty cheap VM. Yeah, because it's not licensed, it's not letting me type in there. Boo. But totally works. Same thing with 7-zip. Runs right local. Your icons are all in the taskbar. To launch them, you can go to the start menu. So, from an end user experience, I think this is pretty awesome. You do have a couple options if you're going to install that for your user. If you install it in the system context or for every user, if a user tries to initiate an update or if it prompts the user for an update, they won't be able, they'll get a UAC challenge and have to have administrative rights to kick that off. If you install it per user, the user can, accept updates and let it update. Just food for thought. But this is pretty slick. The neat thing too with the 7-zip, it's to go even a further layer down, and this kind of will show kind of how the MSIX stuff works. If you have all of these bells and whistles turned on, if you can go into disk management, okay, let me try this. If I go to CMD, let's see if I can. And then I can go as it. Oh, does anybody happen to know offhand what the disk manager command line name is? Actually, I can do it this way. Add, and then disk, add, next. Okay, so this is actually really cool. And what FSLogix brings to the table is what it's doing is it takes VHDs and mounts them behind the scene. So you can see, here's my typical, here's your temp storage that you get with Azure. Here's my OS drive. But what I've also got here, I've got this disk 2. 7-zip actually lives inside of there, and the file is actually living in a file share. And then here's my profile disk that is also living in a file share. You wouldn't be able to tell going from start, like here's 7-zip. Your end user doesn't know that there's some sleight of hand going on, or that by putting a thing on the desktop that's ultimately going to be saved in the VHD in a file share somewhere. So FSLogix is actually really, really cool about how it functions. It just does it behind the scenes with VHDs. I think it's really cool. So that's more or less the user experience. Any questions on any of that at all? Does that kind of make sense? I'll take silence as, yep, everything is crystal clear. And just to throw it out there, after the fact, if anybody has any questions, if you're on Twitter, you should be on Twitter. Morris is absolutely right. For the the whole M365 stack, the dev teams are very active on Twitter, as well as the MVP community. So that's why I'm on there. And so going forward, if you got any questions, shoot me a tweet, DM me. I'm happy to talk about technology all day long, because kind of stuff I find it really exciting. So how do you go ahead and build? How do we go ahead and build a desk? Start building out a session host. Let me go ahead and show you. One other thing I just wanted to show you, just to show I don't have any tricks up my sleeve here. If we look, we've got our session hosts living here. There's pool 0 and pool 1. Is there anything fancy going on there? No. We can see that they're just a couple of virtual machines. Nothing crazy. Yeah, there's some other types that you can deploy. That's probably a better topic for a deep dive on its own session. But generally speaking, you'll find your session hosts are just here, just like any other VM, and you can maintain them just like you do any other VM from that type of perspective. So, all right, Donna, we like what you've seen. How do we build a host pool? Cool. Well, once you've checked off all your prereqs, you can use this wizard. And this wizard has gotten so much better since day one. Day one, it largely didn't work. And the advice was, just go use PowerShell. But now this is the only time I've really seen this fail anymore is if you get your domain join password wrong. So what I'm going to go here is I'm going to go ahead and create a new resource group. And then Katie's got a question. So what's the cost like on this? Do you pay the usual Azure VM usage, or is there extra charge? Nope, it's Azure. It's all resource. So it's a VM's a VM's a VM. WVD is essentially paid for through the end user licensing. That's just part of the whole service. But that's a fantastic question. Costing is really just going to be based off of resource consumption and what you build. There are calculators that are out there that can help you, but calculators are only going to go so far. And this type of question I get from my clients, is, well, how big of a machine do I need? How much is it going to cost me a month? And the answer is it depends. There really isn't a great solution to divine exactly how many systems you'll need and exactly how many users you'll fit on. So my advice to everybody is if you try to start doing anything with VDI, it's test. User acceptance testing is paramount. because you can, take your best guess as, admins. You've got a good idea of the resources that your applications are going to consume. If it's just going to be Office and a web browser, okay, you can get away with a pretty small session. You're going to give them AutoCAD, different story completely. So having that idea, trying to, set a line in the sand, and say, okay, here's the session host. We think this is going to be big enough. Let's throw users at it, see what happens. And that's really how you're going to get a truly successful deployment, is through very thorough user acceptance testing. There are solutions out there that can help with that scaling. I think Nerdio's got one, Lakeside's got one, but you really need to have the system stood up and tested, or in place for them to actually get that data out. So, I find them, useful-ish, but you're really going to get a better feel by throwing users at it and getting their feedback. So hopefully that was a sufficient enough answer. So what am I doing here? Oh yeah, making a new resource group for a new host pool. And the reason why, at a resource group level, you can keep all of the objects that are associated. You can affect all the permissions at a resource group level instead of doing them individually or at a subscription. It also makes it really easy to delete a whole bunch of stuff that's associated. So I generally like to keep all my host pools and all the session hosts all together in a resource group. So I'm going to call it that. And I'm going to call this demo HP for the host pool name. No, we're not going to do a validation. And so here we can tell if we're going to do a personal or a pooled. Typically, most of my clients are rolling out pooled. I did have one that we rolled out nothing but personals. Reason being is they were opening up to their customers, and each customer needed to have local admin on the box that they were logging into. And if you make a change on a session host, the change typically affects all the users. So because they need to keep that segregated, everybody had a personal. I'll keep Brett first, and let's say I'm going to do a maximum of 5 users. That should be everything we need on this screen. Next, we can go to virtual machines, and then we're going to tell it, yes, build me some VMs for me. So I'm going to give this a name here, and this is the actual name of the virtual machine itself. Yeah. And then what it's going to do, like we saw with my other currently running session hosts, it's just going to append a -0, -1, -2, depending on how many it built. We've got our locations, our availability zones and availability sets, and I can never remember which one is which, but one of them allows you to have essentially redundancy within the rack, and I think one allows you to have redundancy within the same region. It does not do multi-region redundancy. This is not a full DR solution. This gives you, just some extra coverage within your region and your data center itself. DR is a whole nother story, which I'll cycle back onto just as a heads up. I'm not going to do any because I don't care. If you upload your own image, I don't recommend that. You can throw that in storage blob. Otherwise, you can use a gallery image. And now what you can see here is Microsoft has made available supported images for us. And what's nice too is they've even given us ones that have Office baked right into it. So I don't even have to worry about deploying that. It's boop, works right out of the box, which is really cool. The key here is this multi-session. That's your differentiator. If you wanted to go do something else, you could go do a see all images and then go ahead and do Windows 10, and then there's about 1,000 of them. You could go ahead and search through. Again, multi-session here is the key. But if you've already captured your own images, and unfortunately I'm not going to have time to talk on that one, but if you do capture your own image, you can have them uploaded. And so these are older ones that I've already previously captured from lab. So those would already have like applications, registry configurations, agents, that kind of stuff already baked in. So when you roll out your new session host, all the apps you need are already there. The downside is there's no like offline image servicing. Like I can't just right click and like update. You have to do a recapture. So there's definitely cons to using this mechanism. But if you need to quickly deploy your applications, you've got that. The other thing you've got here too is the shared images. Now I don't have it in here, but the shared images allows you to make a image available across regions. So in that DR scenario with pooled pools, really the best way to do it is you select a different region that's going to be your DR region. And what you do is when you provision a host pool in production region, you also deploy one in the DR region and you power it off and you keep a cold spare. Because all you really need to do that cutover is go into your application group for your cold spare, power all the machines on, go in there, assign them to your users, and then go into your production one and deallocate your users. And then those new resources will be, almost instantaneously available. So that's really how you could trigger doing a DR cutover. So you would want to have a shared image, for that particular scenario if you're going to use captured images. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and take a stock one. I like the 20H2, longer life support. That's about it. And we can choose which virtual machine we want. The cool thing too is you can change the size of your virtual machine. Does the pool spares use the same URL? Yes. So to the end user, they don't see any of that magic happening. It's just, oh, here's my applications. Yeah, boom, click on my desktop and then go to work. And they have no idea that you just failed over. So it's pretty awesome. You can, when you select your virtual machine sizing, you've got your estimated cost. This is just an estimate. This is not a promise. So you can pick one. I tend to, for labbing, I like the B2MS. Just as a pro tip, if you go lower than a 4 gig RAM on a Windows 10 box in Azure, you're not going to have a very good time. If you go down to 2 gigs, you'll probably never get to a login screen. So don't cheap out too much, because there's no value in sitting and watching a login screen for a half hour. So I'm going to take the B2MS and select that. But the cool thing is if you decide later that you built a too big of one, all you have to do is go deallocate the machine in the virtual machines pane and then go to size and then pick the new size and power it back on. If you do that, though, you will want to have you'll want to do that for the rest of your session hosts because of the auto scaling script that I don't have time to show you. It's going to assume that every machine is built the same. So you do want to be consistent, but the beauty is you're not stuck in here. So if you built machines that are too big, you can scale them down. If they're too small, you can make them bigger. I can tell it how many virtual machines to make. I want it to make me 2. The type of hard drives, I'm going to take SSDs, boot diagnostics. I'll just leave the recommended on there. What network we're going to attach this to, I'm going to throw that onto here and into my my VNet. I generally do not recommend a public inbound port. I don't want users being able to RDP directly into this. If for some reason you have a need to have an application on a session host that needs to have coming in through a direct IP address, okay, I guess. But generally speaking, yeah, don't turn that on. You want your users coming in through the connection brokering service. Specifying the domain or unit. Yes, I'm going to say to do that. So I'm going to tell it to join my local domain. I'm not going to specify the organizational path, but that's going to be your distinguished name. So you can find that if you go ahead and right click on your OU and ADUC, and then you can go to the attributes, then pull in the distinguished name and just paste it in there. I'm going to go ahead and put in a domain name here. As a pro tip too, if the suffix here, the domain name here doesn't match in here, you will absolutely want to specify. If you say no, Azure is going to assume that this is your domain name across the board. And so because there is a discrepancy, I like to call it out. And then lastly on the screen this is essentially like a local admin account. Next, workspace. Yes, I'm going to register it to workspace, and I'm going to throw it in workspace 1. And see what going back to the DAG thing, registering the desktop application group, we can see that right there. There is DAG. And since I told it yes, that's where the DAG and that name comes from, is because I told it to build it. Next, if we need to throw tags on there, we can. Those can get useful as you get more advanced with this. You can trigger some that can interact with like the scaling script. WVD admin can do some really cool cost savings, sleight of hand by tagging things outside of the normal tagging for your own internal purposes. And the last, we're going to do a review and create. And it's going to go and check to make sure that I did everything correctly. And hey, I didn't screw it up this time. Lastly, as you start, going in through Azure, the cool thing about Azure is you've got most everywhere in the GUI, you get this link here to download a template for automation. So if you're going to envision that you're going to be building these things regularly, or you need to build a lot of them, you want to script it, you can just go ahead and snag this template. And it has all the answers that you put in there pre-populated. So you could tweak those with variables and throw them into your automation mechanism of choice. Lastly, I'm just going to go ahead and hit create here. And I know I am coming up on about 5 minutes left in my session. So this probably won't be done to show it, but assuming I didn't mess up my password, this should deploy. And I could go in and assign users, and then they'd be available. And so with the last 5 minutes, is there any other questions, comments, observations? No. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you one last thing. If there's no questions, I want to show you FS Logics and how I just talk about that because it's crucial if you're going to be doing desktops. Apps, not so much, because it depends on the application. If you're going to just give them the application, like I did here with Word or 7-Zip. Like in the case of 7-Zip, I'm not saving anything critical to the user when I run this. I'm not saving any type of preferences. I'm not doing anything. So like this type of application wouldn't require a profile disk. Word may or may not, but your desktop absolutely does. So if you've got an application and it's just like a data entry terminal type thing, you may not need to have it. But if you're going to go down that route, FS Logics, the agent is actually now baked into the session host when the wizard runs. So it's already installed. All it really needs is two things. It needs an SMB share for it to read and write the VHDs that it creates. And then it also needs policy. Now you could do policy with registry keys. Some of the walkthroughs just have you setting reg keys. I like to use GPO. I know setting GPOs is no longer, in vogue because of the cloud. But since I had to have a domain anyway, and I can specify an organizational unit, I can go ahead and put my GPO in there to configure FS Logics. And as soon as the thing wakes up, it's already working with the service. And so you have some options. You can build up a virtual machine and just create a folder, right click, advanced share, set permissions, and that works. That's not terribly redundant, but it'll work. You could use a file server. That is supported. But if you're going to build one from scratch, you want to think redundancy. So now you're going to build a cluster, and that's probably way overkill. So there's two services that support that within Azure. There's NetApp files, which full declaration I haven't used yet. And then there's Azure files, which I've used a ton. So if we go in, what we'll need to do is essentially create a storage account. And let me get into my storage account. And you can do all sorts of types of crazy storage things. I really only used it for file servers or file storage. But we should see here that I've got two shares in here. I've got my profiles. And this folder is where I've actually got my profile disk living. And you can see what it does is FS Logics names the folder where the VHD lives based off the username and the SID. So it's unique. What it looks like if you go ahead and crack this open is you can see it's just the VHDX. I like the VHDX, so I set a policy to use that. You can use VHDs either or. And then if we go back over my MSIX app attach lives here, and you can see that application is actually running, this guy is actually running on this VHD file in a file share living somewhere in Azure, connecting to a session host and streaming back down to my house. Brilliant stuff. So Azure files, there's great write-ups on it. It's really easy to implement if you're using domain services. It can be a little bit of a headache if you're doing Active Directory. It's explained in the docs. I don't know what the implications of that with now the pure Azure AD, since it hasn't been released and I haven't been able to kick the tires on it. So we'll see. But absolutely look at FSLogix. It is super valuable and just really beneficial and really powerful. So I think that leaves me with 1 minute left. Anything on FSLogix, MSIX app attach? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. I guess the last thing we can look at here is, yeah, it's still running. It usually takes about 10 minutes. It's been my experience, at least in East US, takes about 10 minutes to roll out an entire host pool. And so feasibly, you could go ahead and roll out to production a new host pool and assign your users in about 15 minutes. And there's, how many users you deploy it to is strictly based off of the amount of session hosts and the users you grant the access to. So super easy to scale.
All right. Wow. Exciting indeed. I mean, you've made. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you've made Azure Virtual Desktop look so simple to me that I'm really even doubting myself and say, really? You've really given me insightful, overview, and,
Okay.
and I'm really excited. I don't know the attendees is if anybody has any questions with the FS logic. Can we get where can we get maybe documentation on that to really look deep into that, because it was quite fast.
Yeah, FSLogix almost needs its own session. There is a let me bring up my slide deck again here on the. So you can find anything on FSLogix under this the AVD docs. That it's listed under at least in English. It's under profile creation and profile containers, and so. It's a well-documented solution. There's a ton of info on there. If you want to do another session sometime on FSLogix and MSIX, count me in. I'd be happy to.
Most grateful, most grateful. I think the sections have been very, very, very good. And in the beginning, I did make a promise that attendees will really enjoy. And I mean, we are not yet done. There's another super exciting section coming on. I would really want to thank Donna for this awesome presentation. It's dope presentation, if I should call it. So yes, if there are no more questions, we can move to our last section. But this section is very important, and I don't want anybody to miss this. It's very important. We are joined by Kathy. Kathy, please, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Good to see you. Welcome to Ghana.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm so excited to be here.
Okay. We are also excited to have you join us. We started by going through enrollment. We went into overview of analytics. We went into deep analytics, and then we came to Azure Virtual Desktop, which has been exciting. And now, to crown it all, is a leadership program, which I'm really itching to hear your presentation. So let me not waste much time. Let me give you the platform. You can introduce yourself to the panel and attendees as well. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me here. I am so honored, and I was so excited to hear that there is a user group in Ghana. Because as I'm going to talk about, we have MVPs from all over the world, but my particular program does not have anybody anywhere in the African continent. So, this is something where we really do want to find some community leaders, and maybe some of you are sitting out there today. Let me go ahead and get my deck going here. Let me know when you can see this. excited to share?
Yes, we can. I can see it.
All right.
Okay.
So, my name is Kathy Moya. I work for Microsoft. I've worked for Microsoft for 19 years. And I've done a lot of different things in my time there. I started in training and certification because I was a Microsoft certified trainer. And the thing that I taught was at that time called Systems Management Server. And of course, that later became System Center Configuration Manager. And then there was Intune, and then they came together. And so now, of course, we have Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So I've worked in the product space for a very long time, know a lot of the people in the organization. And as somebody on the product team working on things like the documentation, I've nominated MVPs. And then there was a guy named Wally Mead. I don't know if any of you out there know him, but you know, he's legendary within the space and worked on the product, you know, longer than almost anybody. Although I will say that, you know, on the product team, we have people who have worked on this product for, you know, 20 years, which is very unusual at Microsoft. Most people at Microsoft kind of come in and do, you know, 2 to 4 years somewhere and then move off to the next challenge. And that really hasn't happened with this product. And also it seems like with the community, the particular community around the endpoint management space has been one that is very passionate. I personally feel it's because there's so much that you have to go through to learn this product. It's almost like hazing, you know, when you have to do a lot of very difficult challenges to belong to an organization. And once you've gone through all of that to learn the information, you don't necessarily want to like pick up and leave because you've built something really real. And so I think that has contributed to fantastically strong community for our people and, you know, just a really vibrant way of sharing knowledge. So the MVP program is something that I have. Well, so I manage our piece of the program for about 6 years now for endpoint management. And then Windows and devices for IT is another area that I run. And I'll walk you through what all the different areas are and, you know, kind of how we think about this at Microsoft. In addition to the MVPs, I also do some other internal things, like I manage our involvement in getting the engineers and the customers together at Ignite. And so we've been running a lot of programs for that. And then as kind of a side thing, I also run an initiative called Women IT Pros, which I can talk about a little bit later. So, let's see. There we go. So MVPs. The MVP program has existed at Microsoft for over 20 years. I think we may be up to about 25 years now. And it's very interesting that the program has survived so long at Microsoft through so many reorgs, through so many budget changes, because those are, you know, a very real piece of the whole process here. And I just realized I'm not seeing if I have questions. Let me change my view here. Okay, there it goes. Okay. So the program has survived a long time, and I think really its early genesis was 25 years ago. The internet was a very different kind of thing, but you know, there have always been ways of bringing community together. There have been ways to say, you know, hey, let's get together on, you know, the old bulletin board dial-up kind of news groups, and let's share information about what we're doing with technology. And Microsoft, somebody, you know, kind of realized, hey, we have all these people who are out here in whatever form of community exists. They're sharing information. We should help them share that information. We should find some way to get them more information and also to recognize them among the community as the people who are doing the best work out there. And so it's not unique to Microsoft that there is some sort of, you know, high value customer program. So I think of MVPs like our super users. People who are really understanding the technology at a very deep level, but then turning around and sharing all of that information with everybody else. So, you know, deep experts, and it crosses many areas. And I'm going to walk you through what all the different awards are and, you know, kind of how we think of the different areas there. Now, we put in MVPs under a strict NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, so that we can talk to MVPs really openly about things. And I often tell the product team, you know, if you're trying to think of something, but it's at the very beginning of the process, very what we call blue sky, you might want to bring the MVPs in on that rather than some of the other customer programs that we run, because our MVPs, you know, first of all, have a very committed relationship to, you know, to the privacy of any information that we share with them under this non-disclosure agreement. And also, our, you know, our MVPs are pretty understanding of saying, you know, hey, we thought of these 25 things, let's run them all by you. And we may only do one or two of them, or we may do one of them very differently. You know, there's a lot of changing that happens in an entire product life cycle. So, you know, we bring our MVPs along on that journey as much as we possibly can. And so an MVP is someone who is a community advocate. They aren't actually out there doing any of this professionally, you know, for money. Now, some MVPs are situated in jobs where they can do some things where they're you know, their job may allocate them some time to go and write an article or to go off and present at a conference. But it's not like they are doing that as their full-time job. In fact, when I'm looking at people who have been nominated to be MVPs, I actually have no idea what these people do for a living, unless I'm going to go out and search for them on LinkedIn, or, you know, I see something in their Twitter profile. All I know is really what MVPs are out there doing for that larger community. And so there's the phrase in Latin, pro bono, you know, for the good. MVPs are really all about doing this for the good. They tend to be people who, you know, just really can't get enough technology and don't want to stay silent about it because they're so excited. The phrase that I learned recently is learn out loud. So like I've recently gotten into virtual reality, and as I've been learning virtual reality, I'm turning around and I'm making YouTube videos to say, hey, this is how you do it, because that's kind of the whole spirit of the MVP thing is, you know, Donna went off and learned all this awesome stuff and wrote all these awesome tools and turn around and share them. And then, you know, she came to our attention, she was nominated. It's like, wow, you know, she really has this. And then she keeps sharing because, you know, the other thing about MVPs is it's not just a, you know, a one and done, you're in the program for life. It's a continual process of exploring all the new stuff that's coming around and turning around and then sharing that with everybody else. So it is a very official program at Microsoft. Currently, it sits under Scott Guthrie and then, you know, kind of falls down into the developer division, even though we have MVPs across IT pros and across a lot of different areas. Yes, Donna does not shut up about tech. That's what we love about MVPs. We want people who won't shut up. And, you know, sometimes I notice people are a little bit hesitant at first and feeling like, gosh, I don't know, you know, someone's already said it, you know, oh, didn't Donna already do a presentation about that? But the thing is, whatever presentation or whatever article you write is going to be different because it's you, you know. Donna has something very different to share than what Katie is sharing, and how they look at it is going to be very different. And I can't remember everybody else who was speaking here today, but every MVP who's going to go out there and talk about something. Katie says, you frequently told you have a blog post for everything, don't you, on Discord? Yeah, but, you know, how you approach it is going to be different. Your experience with the product is going to be different. Your passion about areas may be a little bit different. And so that's a big piece about this MVP idea, is that we want your voice out there. So let's see. Slides are just slow. Okay, so there is a whole nomination process that people have to go through. And I'm going to walk you through a bunch of stuff on the MVP website and take you through, you know, here are all the little bits and pieces of it. But MVPs have to be nominated. They have to be reviewed by several people in the process, confirmed by the MVP program, and then renewed every year based on all of the rest of the activity that MVPs are continually doing. So over 3,000 MVPs worldwide, but in different categories. And I'll show you what that structure looks like. So it is not a paid gig. You know, MVPs are out there doing what they love, and really the benefits come without, without a string attached to it. 3D print me a job, yeah. So a lot of people want to be an MVP. I think really the people who want to be the MVPs most are the ones who really just want that community connection and can't shut up about sharing everything that they've learned there. But, for certain people in certain roles, there can be career advantages. I would say that right now, about 80% of my MVPs in both MEM and Windows and Devices for IT tend towards some kind of a consulting job. Now, it's not a requirement. As I said, I don't know what these people do for a living. This is just what they've told me after we brought them into the program. And it's having some kind of a consulting job or training job may give you more flexibility to do some of these kind of activities, whereas being a full-time staff person, they want you to be out there doing your full-time job, which is probably running your MEM implementation. So some companies are a little bit more ambivalent about having people as MVPs, but we don't require you as an MVP to say where you work. I have several MVPs who work for a very large bank. Now, once you get to talk to them, you may find out exactly which bank they work for and what they do, but we don't make a big public deal about it. It doesn't say anywhere on the website what they do. They may or may not say on their LinkedIn profiles what they do, because they may still want to be able to promote their MVP activities without really revealing their employer, because their employer just really doesn't want to have their stuff brought in. And that's fine. People can talk about, yeah, we did this autopilot deployment at a very big bank, and that's all you really need to know about it. But if you are in some kind of a consulting firm or a training firm, we do give you a logo. You are able to publicly say that you are an MVP, and people can go to the website and verify that. And for some businesses, that's a big deal. A consulting firm may say, and we have 5 MVPs on staff, and make a very big deal when they bring an MVP into their company. The networking opportunities. I definitely see the trends here where, we'll bring in people, they may be working for, a private company, as a full-time employee, and then they start talking with, this MVP over here who works at this consulting firm, and next thing you know, they've kind of moved over there. Or at the very big bank, it started with just 1 or 2, and now I think we have like 3 or 4 MVPs at that particular bank, because you get to know people, and when they have an opportunity, they say, well, hey, who among my MVP friends out here would be good for this? And they kind of come with that real official seal of approval from Microsoft and from the community. Or people who are looking around saying, yeah, I'm not liking this place so much anymore. Hey, my MVP friends, what you got out there? So the connection, the community is really fantastic. And then I tell my product team, the way that we're rewarding the MVPs isn't with they do get some tools and subscriptions, so like my MEM MVPs, I have a couple of EMS E5 licenses that I can give out. There are some things the MVP program provides, like subscriptions to MSDN, but really it's the information. MVPs are the kind of people who say, I just can't get enough of this technology. I tell my product teams, no MVP in the history of the world has ever said, this was too deep, or this was too technical. They want the technology so deep they're going to bleed from the ears, because they just can't pack it in fast enough. So that's what we really try to do here. We try to give them heads up on everything that's going on. Now, sometimes it gets problematic. We had our big Windows announcement a couple of days ago, and it was not leaked by MVPs, but some MVPs did get out there, and they were enthusiastic. They were sharing out there. So we have to kind of be a little bit careful about when we're trying to tent things, as we call it, when we have very strict, even internal non-disclosure about activities that were going on there. But every time we can, I'm up there saying, let's let the MVPs know, because we want the MVPs to be able to turn around and talk about this, whatever it is that we're announcing. Now, there's an important distinction between MVPs and press, although I do have one MVP who does qualify as press, has press credentials. With the press, we are, there's like, a certain expectation of, how we engage and the press releases and things like that. With MVPs, we're going to give you the information, but you may not do anything with it because, we don't own the MVPs. And I think that's another place where we really see huge value in the program. If Jerry is out there talking about something that we've done, that's really Jerry's opinion about, how he has approached something. And Jerry may turn around and say some things that really aren't terribly complimentary about the stuff that we're working on. And that's okay because, we value MVP's independence in this. And, it seems like once or twice a year, I get somebody coming to me saying, oh, well, so-and-so was saying this on social media, and I don't think that's right. And I'll go look at it. And I think there's only been maybe twice that I've asked people to take things down because it kind of crossed a line into. So what I tell my MVPs is you need to keep it professional and you need to keep it constructive. And so there were only a couple times when I felt like things veered outside of professional and constructive. But I want people to really understand that, the MVPs are speaking from their love of the product. And if we're doing something that they think isn't great about the product, then they may say that and they may say that publicly. But if it's professional, if it's constructive, I'm not going to be out there saying, hey, I think this should go down. And even if I'm a little bit dubious about something, I don't operate on this in a vacuum. There's an entire infrastructure from the MVP org. And so I would go to those people and say, hey, I have some people concerned on my side. These are my personal concerns. What do you think? And we all work together to make sure that we're really trying to build the community up. We don't want to tear this down. We don't want a lot of infighting. We really want a great community where everybody can benefit from this. So Robert says, the only thing I didn't like working on the CSS team is you weren't allowed to offer community tools because Microsoft doesn't support them and it presents a liability issue. Yeah, and in fact, I was just talking with someone about that the other day. If we release a tool from Microsoft, it needs to go through the same kind of rigor as Windows itself or MEM itself. Even a tool can be a horrible vector for attacks, for bad actors to hijack in some way. So, from the source control and, verification of the tool to make sure that it's not, hiding malware in there, all the way to the life cycle of how do we update that tool if that tool needs to be updated. So yeah, there are a lot of internal things, a lot of internal processes, but we have to be very careful about how we share. Now, sometimes we may share some of that information a little bit more with MVPs, but we don't necessarily even share some of those tools with the MVPs because of the same issues. We have a little bit more traceability, but we're still very careful about that. And Octavio says he gave the link to the MVP structure, which is great. We're actually going to go through that in a minute here. Okay, oh yeah, so let's go through that now. And let's see, I think. There we go. All right, so is everybody seeing my MVP?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
All right, cool. And I'm still trying to get Teams back up so I can see the. Why am I not seeing anything on Teams? This is frustrating. Do it this way. I can't see it there.
Be minimized.
All right, it's not letting me see the chat window. So if someone has a question, can you just let me know? And then I can flip back over and take a look at it. There we go. Okay, so mvp.microsoft.com is the place where we do all the things related to the MVPs. Now I'm actually signed in over here. If people are MVPs, then they would also be signing into the site, and then they have extra tools and things, like if we're going to be doing the MVP Summit, they can register for the summit from that location. So what we'll start with is on our overview page here. It's giving a little bit of information, so what are they? So, we've talked about, I guess they're saying we have over 4,000 experts now. I had 3,000 there earlier, 90 countries, regions. Where it says, what does it take to be an MVP? 3 very simple steps. Be an expert, do lots of what you love, and let us know. And I realize that that's a little bit vague. So I will get a little bit more specific about the kind of things we're looking at, and at least how I think about the program. But as I'll mention, it's actually, a centralized program, but then run in a very decentralized fashion out there.